Open this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment References Committee into the quality and safety of Australia's early childhood education and care system. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respect to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. Senators present include the Deputy Chair, Senator Marielle Smith, Senator Hodgins-May, who will be with us shortly, and Senator Bligh on the telephone. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from VIC Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I also now invite you to make a short opening statement at the conclusion of any remarks. I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. And if you could each state your names, please.
No worries. I'll go first before I move into opening statements. So my name is Alexandra Ash. I'm the CEO of VIC Australia. I'll hand to Jared to introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is Jared Dobson. I am the National Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for the VIC Australia.
Craig.
Good morning. I'm Craig Matheson. I'm the CEO of the YMCA Ballarat, operating as Y Kinders.
Thank you, and thank you so much. As I said before, my name's Alexandra Ash, the CEO of VIC Australia, and thank you for the privilege of being able to be here today. The Y is one of the nation's largest not-for-profit providers of early childhood education and care. We operate more than 420 services across the nation. We support over 70,000 children and 40,000 families each and every year. We have 4,800 staff working hard every year and every day to deliver safe, inclusive and engaging programs. As mentioned, I'm joined here today by Jared Dobson and Mr. Craig Matheson. We are together, we have, as I said, the largest not-for-profit early learning provider. Craig will speak in detail to his capacity as an operator, and Jared will speak to any matters on government policy. Early childhood education and care is an essential national infrastructure. We see that, as I mentioned, every day. It builds children's development, it supports families and workforce participation. It strengthens our economy and our society. And we believe that at the Y that every child deserves to be and to belong and to become the best version of themselves. And senators, as we are here, safety is the foundation of their success. Without it, we cannot thrive. And in acknowledging that, we also acknowledge a hard truth. There has been a loss of trust in this sector. Families have heard horrific stories, many have relived trauma. I've had parents and services, as I'm sure with Craig, that have just devastated and anxious around the safety of the children in care. In doing that, we also need to acknowledge our staff, many whom are very distressed in terms of the news of those doing harm to children. We recognise that important reforms are already underway, such as many of the rapid reform and rapid review. The Commonwealth's investment into educator wages is strengthening workforce stability. We welcome that. The move towards a nationally consistent worker screening and the establishment of a national register are significant steps forward. Increased emphasis on training and professional standards are also critical. These reforms provide a strong foundation. In that, we acknowledge our own history at the Y. We did not always protect children in our care, and the Royal Commission showed this very, very clearly. In response, we have transformed our approach to child safety. That experience proves that reform is possible and is continued to be. Because every child's safety is the Y's #1 priority. We're not here to blame others whatsoever in this as an industry or put ourselves on a pedestal. We're here to support and are committed to higher standards for ourselves and the sector as a whole. Children deserve nothing less but a place to learn and grow in one of the most formative times of their lives. It's part of what drives us and what we do in this space together. That commitment to higher standards is what brings us here today. Based on our experience and operating at a national scale, we believe 3 practical reforms would materially strengthen child safety across the sector. That is, to mandate 2 educator model needs to always be present in every room to ensure a higher quality of safety. We need the government to strengthen and standardise regulators so we have a nationally consistent framework to keep children safe, and also to mandate safeguarding leads in large providers, because this makes child safety an internal priority and drives change. That is what we have done at the Y. We ask for this because every child, no matter their access, their background or location, deserves to be safe. So today, it's in this moment and in this time where we can choose to make that real difference. And together we choose children's safety over anything else so that every child in every service is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will just rotate. I'll start and then the Deputy Chair. Thank you. And if you let me know if anyone does join online on the phone. Thank you. Thank you for your statement. And I found myself sharing a lot of the same sentiments, particularly around safety being the foundation of success, but I think just safety being the foundation of everything that we do for children in care, and particularly with the lens on that loss of trust across the sector. And I also share the perspective of not pointing blame, but learning and finding out how we actually restore that trust, but primarily how we ensure that all children are safe. And sort of thinking through that, could you give me what your view is on and I know you've noted around the 2 educator model, but just a little more broadly around your views on mandatory minimum supervision standards and what should be in regulation versus guidance in your learning and in what you're seeing in your centres.
Thank you, Senator. As I mentioned in the opening statement, some examples or some recommendations that we at the Y see, especially that 2 educator model in every room, it provides further and further guardrails, and it's not just the guideline piece or what should do, but it's what must do. If we talk about back to Royal Commission as well, and I was at the Y in a different location, in a different role at that time, but what permeated through is that cultural transformation around simple items that really resonate, especially with staff. Never be alone with a child or a young person. If you see something, say something. It's about the safety of the child, but also the people around them and educators in this prospect around them. So I would say in terms of what is regulated or in terms of what is a guideline, that what matters gets measured. And we see that. Craig, do you want to add anything in terms of your experience as an operator in terms of ratios when it comes to a guideline as proposed by Senator rather than a ratio that's regulated?
Good morning, Senator. As an operator, I'm responsible for over 100 ECEC services across the state of Victoria, 94 sessional kindergartens and 4,500 children attending our services across rural, regional and metropolitan Victoria. Through sessional kindergarten, we find that we have a minimum of 2 educators across every session at every kindergarten, no matter the number of children. It can be as low as 3 or 4. I think having the minimum of 2 really embeds that culture and accountability between a pairing of educators within that model. We also note within the regulatory environment for small rural services or schools in the OSH services, there may not be a provider willing to take that level of risk, and therefore the school may go without that level of care. And then we find that we often maybe have children waiting in a playground without any supervision. So there is a base amount of supervision that the regulatory requirements can provide to try and provide a safe place for those children to be outside of the playground within the care of a suitable provider. So whilst one allows that to get done from a regulatory standpoint, support from the government in this Senate inquiry to have a minimum of 2 really make sure there is a safe benchmark across all attributes of ECEC.
I'm quite interested in that lens on USH as well, particularly in remote and regional areas, and particularly, say, you know, if a group of children are going to go play a sport, or you know, they're going to go to an activity, or you know, go to the cinema, or whatever it is that they're going to go and do, and whether that regulation might actually take away an opportunity for that safe space. So is there any additional work that you've done on that, or how we could manage actually for that, so that that doesn't become the standard, but it's still acceptable in scenarios where otherwise there would be no supervised care?
Yeah, I understand. I suppose and each and every provider would have their own, you know, risk matrix and risk management approach in terms of that. You asked specifically around a ratio or a supervision type of approach. But as we know in our experience at the Y, it's larger than that. It's around culture.
Yeah.
And it's around safeguarding being the centre of everything we do, or as I said, those simple never be alone with a child or a young person, or those sayings that really embed, you know, the way that you have those practices. We talked about safeguarding leads in larger providers, and as I said, those other I call them wraparound type of approaches to safeguarding that takes it further than just the ratio or just the minimum standard of what a staff to a child ratio would be. But you're right, we have that discussion often, right? And it's a provocative type of discussion too. If we weren't there, or if we're holding ourselves to this type of level, what would then a child or a young person be doing with not? We would state as well that I think, Jared, and if you might be able to add to this, I think it's less than 50% of public schools across Australia have an outside school hours care service. You know, and that for productivity alone of households, but also, as you said, supervised and safe care for children, in our opinion, is a low number. However, as Craig said, there are, in rural and remote communities, it is the financial viability is hard for operators. However, we say that we have a responsibility to rise the quality of all children across the nation, not just those that might be from a business lens, to the first point. Jared, did I state that accurately in terms of the number?
Absolutely, and that was a finding, whether it was the Productivity Commission or the ACCC, it's a well-known finding. I'm really glad you've looked at out-of-school hour care in particular, Senator. It's obviously the biggest single service line that the Y operates nationally. And one of the things that struck me as really, really strange as I've got into this system and understanding this system is the disparity between the states and how this is operating. Can I point to licence fees in particular, Senator? If you're in New South Wales, in your home state, then you may have a requirement for entry to pick up a contract to deliver the OSH, or USH, as you say, New South Wales services there. At about $10,000, $20,000, the school requires that upfront fee. If you're in the state of Victoria, Senator, then that could be up to $120,000. It's a massive chunk coming out. So regulation, guideline, funding all come into that mix, but when we have a system that allows, in some states like Victoria or WA are the two worst cases, with in excess of $100,000 charged per annum from the school to the OSH provider, that has a real impact. That's about 1.5 educators at least that could be there in place to ensure that you have as high a quality and safe staffing level as possible. I don't think it's something that has been looked at extensively, but certainly as we have gone into this area of detail with our members from state to state, it's a real impact, and it's a real impact sometimes on our ability to even bid for a service. We know that we would provide a really good and a very safe service for parents, for kids, but sometimes it's like, well, we simply can't afford to do that as a not-for-profit.
Thank you. And that's a lot to think about, particularly as we balance all of those things. And whilst, you know, financial viability shouldn't in any way, shape or form take precedence over safety of children, the reality is if there is no viability to offer a service, then it's not offered. And then how do we manage for that, I guess, is one of the biggest challenges that we have. And that sort of leads me to my next question is, based on your experience and the own reform that you've done within your organisation, do you have any insights for us about who you believe should be responsible for accrediting and monitoring ongoing training over time? You know, should it sit with regulators? Should it sit with the CEQA or some other national body? And I think you've spoken about a 2-year renewal cycle, so I'm interested in sort of what gave you that sort of idea about the 2 years being perhaps an optimum or desirable time frame. And then who should proactively check that compliance and that training? So, you know, we know how it works now. In best practice, in your view, how do you see that it should work, particularly with the lens on the reform work that you've already done?
Yeah, thank you. I might ask Jared to first go to some of the items that we had in our submission. However, before I do that, you know, our experience, as I said, as a larger operator, the NQF rating and assessment type of process. You know, we have some sites we've experienced may not have had a visit or a process in 8 years as such. And so, and that's, as I said, differs from state to state in terms of different approaches, but also in the eyes of the beholder, I suppose. We see, for instance, in WA, there are far less services that have an exceeding rating compared to that in Victoria. And I don't think, my opinion, it's because of necessarily a difference in quality. It's a difference in the interpretations as well. But that provides it really hard to have apples with apples, especially when you say that every child across Australia should have the benefit of a safe environment where they are. But I might ask Jared, in terms of your opinion, your thoughts in terms of regulatory environments, cycles, and maybe whom. I don't think we have a strong position in terms of whom, in terms of that is, but it is around that consistency, that relatability, that transparency as well, especially to families, and, you know, that 8-year demonstration or example that I provide, in our opinion, is probably not good enough. Jared.
Thanks, Alex. Senator, just broadly and then specifically to your question about training, I'll point out a couple of points in our submission. In the ACT, there are 43% of services exceeding standards. It's 4% in WA. Can that really be just like the factors, the demographics, it just seems unreal to us that it's so different.
Something doesn't seem right there.
Yeah.
Just doesn't, Senator, but we'll let the inquiry look into that in more detail. We'll flag it for you, though. When you look at work towards, like Victoria here, it's 4%. Only 4% are working towards, but if you look across the border in South Australia, it's 18%. So why have we got those big disparities? A disaggregated system like what we have for the application of the regulatory environment can work. This one seems to be showing that it's maybe not working at the moment. Now, that doesn't mean that you throw out the system and go to another one, but it does mean that you need to seriously consider the status quo for alternatives. To training, Senator, the 2 points of difference. So we were delighted to see mandatory training brought in for the first time. It's fantastic, and it's rolling out. It's beginning to roll out now. There'll be bumps and things, as we see with every government policy being implemented, no matter who's in charge. But what we would like to see as a difference to what's currently there is having this on a regular basis. There is churn in the system, as there is in any workplace, so you need to pick up on that, and there'll be things that you need to update people on. So having that injected as a cycle rather than as a one-off, we feel is important. And the first thing that I had to do, picking up a role, not looking after kids, but as going to Parliament and talking to politicians, I had to complete my child safety training. And that was a huge cultural marker for me. I'd never been in an organisation where that was required. The same of Alex, the same of Craig. It doesn't matter whether or not you are working in a direct role with children or not, we should have that in place for all associated staff across. So that'd be the two main things. As to the who, I'll go back again, like if the status quo is going to work on those things, great, let the status quo work with that. If there's a better way to deliver that, we're open to that. But I think it's probably your organisational public policy design people that will give you a better idea.
And if I may add, sorry, Senator, is that I think it's around setting expectation for operators as well. Like, of course, we've had a rapid reform and a piece that's happening at the moment, which is needed. Notwithstanding, we're here in the business as such of looking after children and having them safe. And so the balance of operators and educators on the ground, and Craig, you might be able to add as well, of their head should be around the safety and having the thriving children within their site, not worried all the time about a stick that might get them. And so there needs to be such a core balance and set expectation of what that is there to have the forefront of the children at the centre of everything we do. But Craig, do you have an operator's sort of lens on that?
Thank you. It's a great question, Senator, and certainly within Victoria we're seeing VECRA introduced in 2026, and as an independent regulator we know that that's a requirement through the independence from the department as operating services, but the need for that independence, really what myself as an operator and what our services staff and the sector is really looking for is strong leadership and direction. So when we do have legislation or regulations, it's the application of those towards our sector that set clear goals for us to achieve and exceed. Our sector thrives on that type of targeting. They want to exceed those expectations, not just from a regulatory standpoint, but from a customer experience, which is what came out of the Victorian Rapid Review, was restoring faith in our customers, our communities and families. And it doesn't always correlate to regulations. It can be different experiences in how families know that their children are safe. Often comes through those pictures that are sent through the mobile devices rather than the A&R assessment that happens every 3 years. So it is a correct balance, but really that strong leadership to allow us to embody culture from top to bottom, side to side across the organisation, and that's just really through clear leadership and direction.
Thank you. Rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a quick question on universal access and OSH, and then a few others on child safety as well. I think, federal government gets involved in early childhood education and care for a couple of quite defined reasons. One's participation, and I think that speaks for itself in OSH as to why that's important. Most people don't work school hours. But the other, really critical aspect is around early childhood development and the benefits for the child. We don't often hear that spoken about in the context of OSH. So I was just curious if there was something you had to add in terms of the childhood development piece as it links to after-school hours care.
Yeah, thank you. And you're right, the participation piece. My daughter was at after-school care yesterday, so I could, finish off things throughout the day and have my participation in society as well. You're right, in terms of centre-based daycare, there is often the theory or the narrative around childhood development, and then when we move into outside school hours care, that is an extension. We have a CEO in Western Australia who is a acclaimed academic, would say, in childhood development, and he's very, very passionate around the outside school hours care environment and how it contributes to a young person's experiences in their society and moving forward. I would assume, and Jared, maybe you have more information, but I would assume there is far less literature and research within the outside school hours care environment of child development than it is with the early years. However, we talk around OSH should also be an extension of the behaviours and the experiences that child has at school, for instance. So you're not moving from a school environment into a babysitting environment. There needs to be still the same social cues, social norms, and a handover type of process as well, because that outside school hours care environment might also be that child's additional safe space for them too. Jared, do you have anything else in terms of the research element or that the Senator was working towards?
Yeah, you've hit a gap. So it is an issue. It is something that we could do more with. I think probably for the two drivers, Senator, there is a shift once you move from centre-based daycare where it's going to probably be more education, but it's definitely about participation. And my kids now look after other kids. So a long time ago when my wife and I were dealing with that, that was the main thing we were looking at up to that point. But when the kids moved to school and into OSH, that was a different thing. I'm not so much worried about the education. The school's got that in the bag through the day, and the kids maybe have had enough by the end of the day. But there are some things that could be done. Yeah, the great thing, I didn't really know this about the Y, being part of the global YMCA, is we do this in a number of different jurisdictions around the world. And I know, speaking to the Canadian CEO late last year, and we've got some more catch-ups with his people soon, they have a curriculum that they've rolled out in aftercare, and so that's something that we're interested in looking in and seeing whether it's something that we can use as a model here. But it is absolutely a gap for now, and it would be great to see some change in that area.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I sort of just thinking of my own experience as a parent with children in OSH, you know, there's the benefits which come from playing and engaging with mixed age groups, which you don't do as much at school. There's also the pastoral care element. There's the skills outside the classroom, like they cook things with their educators there, or they do different sort of activities. But I'm not aware of a good body of research which actually looks at that, and I was just curious if you were. But
Senator, I think it's a really great point, and I can't point to any specific research around it, but certainly from our experiences, it comes back to that partnership with the school and what the school is looking to achieve, or the challenges that the school are maybe having with a particular cohort of children. So I guess OSH services, whilst there is an educational element, there's a well-being element that before school care is about being ready to learn when they do cross the threshold into the classroom. Have they eaten? Are they well prepared? Are they mentally ready? Are they with friends? Have they addressed whatever's happened in that morning, the night before, in between school, and the same after school? You know, are you fed? Are you ready to sort of come into a different environment, different friendships, and different learnings? And I guess that's that partnership with the school, and it needs a strong sense of educators there as well. So if we do refer back to that single educator that might be looking after a group of children, it is very hard to make that environment what the children need. If it is in a school hall or an extra classroom that the school may have, it's not an environment that's particularly well set up for that environment, but our educators make it a safe space. They make that feeling of warmth for children coming in, but it does become harder when it's a single educator that's facilitating that.
If I may add, sorry, just 2 parts on that. As you said, imagine yourself, you know, if you're in ratio, but you were the lead educator in an OSH of a 1 to 10 ratio, for instance, corralling 10 children after school. It's a pretty interesting, I suppose, workplace when you move to that. I suppose, so put yourselves in that situation. We talk about that 2 worker or 2 educator model from a safety point of view, but also just a holistic being able to do your job point of view. The second one is, and we've been doing some work with the Australian Sports Commission in terms of physical activity, and especially how that builds into an outside school hours care environment. At the moment, we're working towards, within their Play Well strategy, of opportunities throughout that funding of injecting physical activity opportunities, because again, I'll just say it from a business viability point of view, that we've talked around that, each additional activity or each that you add in is, yes, a great experience, but also you have to weigh that up around the financial viability of what that might be for that service. So trying to work holistically with other experiences or providers or federal bodies to see what's possible, and to get kids as active as possible as well in environments they already are, is an opportunity that we're pursuing as well.
thank you. I mean, I ask these questions because in public policy, how we see and speak about a program matters in terms of how it's prioritised and funded. And I think, as I said, in the sort of preschool, early childhood development literature, there's a really clear case for that. So perhaps if anyone's listening from the sector and has some good research on OSH, you can send it through to the committee, because I'm very curious about it.
Probably name check Kylie Brainley from NOSHA.
Okay, well, hopefully she gets a Google alert if she's not. All right, brilliant. I did want to ask as well, I mean, we had this announcement around the $226 million quality and safety measures, which education ministers agreed in August last year. I'm just interested in your reflections on that package, its impact on safety kind of now and its potential impact in the future.
Before I ask Craig, I think from an operator's point of view, he probably has the best experience of that, as they call, rapid reform as we move through. But as we welcome, in terms of any funding and concentration, of the sector and what we see every day at hand. But in terms of your experience on the ground, Craig, would you like to share some of those?
Yeah, I certainly think those announcements and any announcements that sharpen the regulatory environment or push the providers to that continuous improvement level around the experiences provided are most welcome. I think a great starting point, and we've certainly got 2026 to sort of go to see how those are sort of implemented in practice. We've seen some of our sort of national child safety changes come in around mobile device usage, some of the learnings in Victoria from the Point Cook incident in particular. It's been really challenging for staff to find the right balance between the regulatory environment and the customer experience. So if I can talk specifically maybe to the mobile device media storage bans that have come in, it's been incredibly challenging when we came to the end of 2025 and we had graduations and we had those special moments with families and children acting as milestones that want to be recognised, and we're trying to sort of regulate and manage a mobile phone ban but still create the experiences. We don't want a time in their history to be lost forever. We want to recognise those special moments, but we want to do it in the best and safest way. And I think that's the practicalities of implementing regulations, that we need that constant feedback cycle to improve as we go forward, because we certainly want not to diminish the customer experience and the same in the people that we're trying to restore confidence in, but we need to make sure regulations are clear and strong.
We welcome, in terms of, as I said, a consistency of expectation across the nation, as we said, in terms of the statistics that Jared sent before in terms of WA compared to Victoria, New South Wales, etc. So the more working together and the more we talk around, we'd rather complement, not duplicate in our system. It's probably very similar, that can be there with the best bang for buck as such. We would always welcome that consistency of expectation. As I said, not just for the educator on the ground in the playground, for instance, but also for leaders and directors as well, to be able to understand what their expectations are. But Jared, do you have anything else in terms of our experience from the August?
It made it easier for the sector that it was both Conservative and Progressive governments that signed on to that, senators. So it certainly made it a lot easier. The wages, the working with Children's Check improvements, the Workers Register, all these are terrific reforms. The only bit that was slightly annoying is they were all the things that we were working up as things that we were going to ask government for, and then bang, those were out there for ministers as councils of ministers. So good, government's ahead, that's fantastic, particularly when it's a federation of governments ahead. That doesn't happen very often. That was great. What our submission then was able to focus on is just the small things that can also move the dial as well. The two educators, training, great to have that mandatory, make it cyclical. So it's just those small improvements that can go from that.
Yeah, okay, because that was kind of going to go to my next question, because when I was looking through your submission, I noted a number of your recommendations were picked up either fully or to some extent in those reforms last year. So the review of child supervision practices, the additional funding for regulators, mandatory child safety training. So, I'm interested in the impact you think those measures would have.
I think, as mentioned at the Y, and again, this is not a pointing to others or putting ourselves on a pedestal as such, but as I said, through that cultural transformation of our safeguarding practices and our expectation of our educators and systems there, we had been working or being the centre of many of the changes already, right? I think and I sit on the ECEC reference group, the federal reference group with other leadership colleagues across the nation. What we are seeing in terms of the implementation of some of these rapid reform pieces is we are an immature sector when it comes to systems. Yeah. Right, so just systems in terms of being able to have the mandated training and the different ways and the integration and the non-umbrella. Like, it's a typical, I know it's not super exciting talking about business systems, but those are the things that those that are going to do the wrong thing get through the cracks. And I suppose that's our experience as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I want to come to one of your recommendations regarding temp and labour hire.
Sorry, could you say that again?
The temp and labour hire agencies. Yep. Sorry, I've
no, you're fine.
Everything around here, which might be affecting the audio. But my understanding is the worker retention payment that was introduced significantly reduced the reliance of temporary and labour hire staff in the sector, and it's obvious why, and that's a good thing. But we've seen, I think, at Good Start, their use of agency staff was down some 69% because of this payment. It's had a pretty big impact across the sector, and I've seen it in some of the services that I work with and am familiar with. But can you talk through the obligations you think should apply to these labour hire agencies and what you'd like to see there, I suppose?
In terms of, yes, we welcomed in terms of the worker retention payment. It is, the educators that are on the ground with our most precious beings, so in terms of that. What I would say is, yes, there is obviously evidence of impact of having to use labour hire or temp type of agency work. I'll ask Jared in terms of some of the specifics to your question. Notwithstanding, remuneration is one ingredient to our workforce, and when we have workforce deserts, for instance, or regional and remote communities and pieces like that, increased in remuneration, as I said, is just one ingredient to be able to have a workforce that can service the need of that community. So sometimes you do still need to rely on agency or temp staff about what that is. What I would say is, as I said, the culture and the culture that we've built at the Y is so important to us. And so being able to permeate that through with staff that you get to see on an ongoing basis is obviously much easier, and what we would like to see more than having a temp and labour. However, people call in sick, you need to have short breaks. There is sometimes a balance of what is needed. We've talked about our two worker or two educator position. What I would say is that also comes with swings and roundabouts, right? If someone calls in sick in a rural or remote community, are you going to be calling then 10 families that then need to not work that day, for instance, and that might cause the doctor's surgery to close, and therefore people can't see. So it is, as you said, a rotating wheel. But Jared, would you like to talk to what our expectations would be in terms of temp and labour hire staff in the current environment?
Of course. When we were looking at this particular recommendation, Senator, what our CEOs were telling us is that, yeah, look, it's what we're getting still a significant number coming through, because you may be paid a higher wage, which is fantastic. We called for it, government's delivered it, it's fantastic, but it doesn't stop you from getting crook. And you still need to fill someone in for sick leave on that.
Yeah.
If you've got that, and if you've got an agency staff that you need to use in those circumstances, it's not great, but it's necessary. Why wouldn't you have the same sorts of child safety requirements put onto the actual employer of that staff agency, the agency themselves, rather than it needing to be back with the organisation that is contracting to have them in place? We still have that in place, but then particularly if you're calling up someone at your centre, someone's sick today, you know that labour agency has people that have been through all the rigorous child safety requirements. That provides peace of mind to the provider. It should also provide peace of mind to parents and children as well. So it was a significant issue as we were pulling this together. And it's one we feel that has been missed to date. It's been a missed opportunity to date in the reforms that have been announced so far. I've got no doubt that it will have, the worker retention payment will have reduced agency rates, but it won't have eliminated them. So you still need a safety net to deal with those child safety issues. Put some of the child safety regulation onus on those employers as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I did have one more, but I know you know. Can you come back to me if there's a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you want to finish it, we've got.
Okay.
We can just take a little bit off lunch. Go for it.
Okay.
Yep.
I just had one hopefully quick answer question, but your submission talks about the expanded role and mandate for a CEQA. I was just hoping you could expand on that a little bit for us, what you wanted to see happen to a CEQA.
Yeah, no worries. As I said, I think Jared's going to be the best person to talk to this one, unless Craig wants to. However, as we said, to preface into that, it is consistency, transparency, expectation management. Those are the pieces that we want to see across the nation, especially from CEQA, and then that provides operators and educators an understanding, a clear understanding whether they're in the Pilbara through to Blackburn in terms of what that is. Jared, in terms of anything further regarding CEQA specifically?
Senator, you referred to the injection of funding that's been provided at both Commonwealth, state and territory levels. That's fantastic. It's not necessarily ongoing funding, so those are the sorts of things you need to lock in. We know that this is an enduring system that our society expects. So that would be the first point, would be around that. The second point goes back to those statistics that I flagged before in the submission around that real patchiness from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Who's oversighting that? So a C Corp provides some transparency on that. We got that from their website. But who's responsible for saying, hang on, there's something wrong here, rather than, with no disrespect to the Senate inquiry, it's not your role on a day-to-day basis to be oversighting those numbers. It's to put a spotlight on that and say this system actually needs to be changed. So when you get that disparity of 43% exceeding expectations in the ACT and only 4% in WA, someone's not looking at that at the moment. They're providing the information. It's great that a SEEK would do that. Who's taking that next step to say, well, what do we do about that?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of intuitive sense. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for presenting today and for your submission. I've gained a lot of knowledge from that and also meeting with you previously. You say in your submission that safety and quality must not depend on postcode, on ownership model, time of day, something that we very much agree with. From your experience as a large not-for-profit provider, what structural advantages do community-based centres like the Y have in delivering consistent child safety, especially across diverse communities, and perhaps focusing on aspects that we haven't already covered?
Yeah, no worries. I'll go through some pieces before I hand over to Craig from a operator's perspective as well on the ground. You know, we say that ownership structure alone does not determine the safety outcomes. As I said, we don't want to be pointing fingers or, you know, pedestals, as we said before. What matters whether the sufficient resources are directed towards where they count. That is to staffing, to supervision, to safeguarding systems. We've talked about safeguarding and child safety being the centre of everything we do at the Y through that cultural transformation. So that means from our not-for-profit piece and community-based piece, that is genuine. You know, we are not-for-profit, we're also not for loss in terms as well. We need to have viability in the services that we have. However, we can truly say hand on heart that any revenue or any surplus which is in our system, our community-based system, goes back into those communities that we serve. It goes back to the quality of training that staff have throughout the year, and which is enduring, as Jared said. It goes back into the quality play opportunities that the children have. It goes back into, as we said, systems that can work better so that people don't fall through cracks in terms of compliance obligations. You know, really our focus is to make sure that the public investment, because that is in our ECEC environment through a CCS funded system, is used to its best ability to have the quality of systems and child safety and experience of a young person to be the best that they can. So we can genuinely and truly say that on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis. What we would say as well is we are a federated model throughout Australia. We say we think global, act local. So we have 12 associations, CEOs across the country, who are, plus myself, which are colleagues together that get to learn from each other, that get to share workshops of experiences of how we can do better together, how we complement our work together, not duplicate. And I suppose that is similar to a community level as well. You get to share experiences and share best practice of how we can do better together. So that's what I say would be the advantage of the Y and our system at large. But Craig, do you have anything further in terms of your experience?
Thank you, Senator. Certainly, the Y Ballarat operating as Y Kinders, our portfolio has expanded to 94 sessional kindergartens in recent times, and the bulk of that portfolio is regional and rural, and it's hard going. If I can speak honestly, it is very, very tough. But we don't shy away from that as a not-for-profit. You know, we recognise that we feel that if that community has a Y presence, then they are better for it, and we will go through the tough times and the good times to deliver quality education and care. The advantages we have is we do operate that cluster model, as Alex mentioned, even within our portfolio. So we will have a grouping of staff that we can cross over to make sure that there are no service closures, that we can operate to the same quality, and we take the learnings from other services across the state and are able to have that level of consistency across regional and rural and uplift. there isn't a large talent pool in some rural and regional settings. We do have the need for partnerships and ongoing support through grant funding, sustainability funding, etc., to make sure that there is access to quality education and care. And through our partnerships and networks, we are interwebbed to make sure that we're taking on every resource and support that we can get, and we will do the hard work to deliver. But it comes from that not-for-profit mission-based purpose of making sure that every child has a place that they can go to for that learning and care.
And if I may add, in terms of, we talked about viability and pieces as well. In an approach where we have, as said, over 420 services across the country, the ability to have loss leaders in our business model as well, to be able to say we can help and assist this community because we have this community as well, to be able to work together. And as Craig mentioned, the partnership approach, whether it be with community organisations, with other fundraising pieces as well. You'll often see some of the kinders at the Bunnings barbecue piece. It truly is, as I said, a whole in effort to make sure that children in that community have the best opportunities that they can have.
So I guess partnering with the right providers, for someone like Kinders, we run a portfolio of 94 kindergartens. It would be close to 40% that wouldn't be individually viable, but as a portfolio, it's collectively viable, and viability and profitability are quite different to us in our mindset. So if we're running a viable portfolio, we're allowed to take on a service that may generate income that can support a service in a regional or rural that may not, and that can be within a local government area or across the state.
Yeah. I suppose on this topic, I recognise, and I'm hearing from you, that the Y does operate in some underserved and thin markets. What, I suppose, if any, risks to safety and maybe also access do you think arise if not-for-profits are pushed out of the market, pushed out by market pressures? And is it only because you're able to scale that you're able to make these centres viable? Is that what you've just said?
So, Senator, it's a great question. So certainly at our home base in Ballarat, where we've served that community for 147 years, it sits on the Ballarat Foundation's Insights report as number 2 on the most places per child available. So there is a childcare place for every child in the regional city of Ballarat, which makes it the second highest in the state of Victoria. So from that, we also take that it's a fight to the death in terms of market providers and market saturation. For all of those providers offering centre-based daycare, there is only so many people in the workforce, and therefore those that can't recruit, retain and thrive will sadly close their doors. And we sort of experience that I guess across the state as well, is that it's pressure, and through running a global portfolio, we're able to transition staff, move staff, relocate staff to serve those underserved communities as well. It's one of the benefits and great things of working with the Y. If you do fancy that tree change, we have services in Malakuta or on the coast that you can relocate to. And it's certainly one of those benefits of working for not-for-profits who do work in that mindset. It's not an individual by service, it is a portfolio basis to make sure the whole portfolio is operating to the same standard.
And if I may, in terms of, I mentioned before, what gets measured matters. And in terms of maybe more privatised organisations, for instance, that measurement is often different. What I would say as well, as a not-for-profit organisations like ourselves as well, yes, we have ECEC as a main piece of our service offering, but what we do have is a whole of life offering for whether it be a participant or a employee. So whether that's they want, a young person, for instance, wants to become a swim teacher, wants to become a gymnastics coach, wants to become a teacher. We have, and that is the secret sauce, I would say, of the Y and other community or not-for-profit organisations that do have broader service offerings, is we do have that both employee value proposition of work at the Y and you can discover what's possible. I started at the Y when I was 19. Did I ever think that I would be in the role that I am here now? And I've been and gone and come back and gone around the world and back. It's, for me, I would have never thought that. But also from a customer point of view, a child can go to a Y kinder and then next door can go to a Y swimming lesson and then maybe end up at a Y school. So I think that is the special part that organisations like us and other not-for-profit organisations bring to the table. Therefore, it would be very sad if we did have that point where not-for-profit operators, for instance, were moved out of this sector, as an example.
So certainly just want to recognise the Building Early Educators Early Education Fund that is just coming to fruition as well, specifically for not-for-profits, as it's such a strong missing link that just not in the connection of having more not-for-profits providing the service, but also being able to influence the design of the services comes much more into using that operational excellence that many of the not-for-profit providers have to be able to embed quality and safety through line of sight, through design and layout and the architecture, rather than coming in as a tenant. They actually will have much more influence through the design feature that embeds that safety from a design phase.
Yes, someone who was educated in Ballarat and had many a swimming lesson at the Y. So I'm quite familiar. I'm looking forward to going out and visiting one of the centres out there. Just to finish off on that round, is there a need through the beef to invest further into OPEX, not just support for CAPEX, would you say?
In terms of the beef, I never knew how many acronyms.
No, sorry.
One of them. 3
in one go.
No, you're fine. We actually, and Jared, I'm not sure if you want to build on this comment as well. We've actually just had some recent correspondence regarding the beef and some tricky conditions that might be part of that, to which, you know, every grant or process does need, obviously, the clarity and guardrails and process and pieces. However, it always, so for example, in our organisation, we, as I said, we're 12 associations across Australia in a federated model, and we have 420 services or more. However, some of the individual associations have a lower amount, which then exclude them from the beef, as an example. And it's just that holistic approach that we can bring then gets cut and cornered out because of that particular item that I don't think just hasn't been at top of radar in terms of the qualification requirement for it. So when you say around not-for-profit providers being pushed out or things like, or areas like that, it's those little tweaks that then have those that are so invested and culturally invested then carved out, which is disappointing, but we'll keep trying to work with that process. But Jared, do you have any other additions, that a question around OPEX and CAPEX?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great for centre-based daycare. What are we doing around out-of-school our care? Would be the first one. I think there's a gap there, that there's an opportunity in the future. Yes, you've got to build reforms sequentially across sectors. There's an opportunity there. And the other one is, you've heard Craig talk about the number of services, biggest kindergarten single not-for-profit provider in the state, but because technically as a provider, the number of centre-based daycares he runs is, Craig? 5. He falls, despite all that experience in working with the state government in developing new kindergartens through the programs that the Victorian government has been doing, falls under the threshold for the current beef round. We're waiting to see what comes out with the small provider one and hoping that there'll be some eligibility there. But it'll be those two things. And we have been in discussions with government around the second matter. But out-of-school hour care would be a great area to go into.
And that example to the OPEX piece, out-of-school hours care is a low cap investment because it's in partnership with schools, right? So in terms of that OPEX question, would be really relevant to that.
Yeah, okay.
If I can just ask that direct correlation, that two of our biggest expenditure lines of running a centre-based daycare would be wages and rent to landlords and developers, and it runs a very unique rent model of per child on the licensing fee, regardless of how many children you may have enrolled. It's the maximum licensed amount of children that you can have there, and it's a very profitable model for developers. So to empower providers to remove that requirement would ultimately have a really positive effect on the OPEX, because you are saving effectively through a rent payment that allows you to repurpose that. So I think there's probably a bit of time needed to see what operationally that does, but the CAPEX is such an instrumental support that should correlate directly to OPEX.
Yeah, thank you. And look, maybe one more. I'll just add a comment and then I'll ask another question about specific safety measures. If there is anything additional to your submission around how the beef could be, I suppose, tweaked in order to support the delivery of not-for-profit services like the Y provides, then I think the committee would be interested to review that. I'm running out of time. On specific safety measures, you've described 2 educators in every room at all times as the single most effective safety reform you see at the moment. And to me as a parent, this is common sense, and I think a lot of parents like myself would be shocked that this isn't currently the standard across the system. Why isn't it, do you think, beyond maybe the obvious challenges we know with the workforce availability, Do you have any perspectives on that? Maybe it's more of a question for us. But
So as the very first question that we had of the day in terms of regulation versus sort of guidelines or what that is, I think we have a legacy regulator environment as well of maybe what was accepted as past practices has seeped through, right, to what is now. But I think, as you've said, in terms of current environment expectations, parent expectations of the education environment that's in a centre-based daycare and outside syllabus care, I think has transformed over the last sort of 10 to 15 years, I would say. And the safety environment and the news that we hear, I think probably, as you said, our regulatory environment probably hasn't, or the ratio expectation hasn't caught up with societal expectations. And in here and in this recommendation, I think we have an opportunity, our time is now, an opportunity to be able to influence that. Workforce, obviously, is the huge question. There aren't educators just hanging around everywhere waiting for a job piece there. There needs to be that transition through training and education. But also, we see that educators are often female in service-based industry and often from a lower socioeconomic background and multicultural background. And so also societally, I would say the reputation or the gravitas that's provided for an educator needs to be of a higher level. We certainly see that. We see our educators, as I said, looking after our precious asset every day.
thank you so much.
If I can just add from our learning, certainly from an operator point, I think we're just sort of seeing societal changes in terms of the needs and behaviours of children, and we know more about the development of children now as well and what it requires to support, more so than we did at a time where maybe the ratios were set at that point in time. And for us, we come to the two staff in every room from a child safety point, but also a staff safeguarding point. And it's where our terminology of safeguarding really comes from. It focuses on child safety, but also the well-being and safeguarding of our people, our staff that are looking after children with different needs and different inclusion supports, etc. as well. So we love using the word safeguarding as it encompasses the child safety and the safety of our people that dedicate their time and their life to supporting children as well.
Thank you. I do have more questions on worker retention and others, but perhaps I'll put them to you to potentially respond to on notice. But thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, such as those that will come from Senator Hodgins-May, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 3rd of March? Thank you. I will now welcome via teleconference Children and Young People with Disability Australia. Can I just confirm that you are on the line?
Good morning, this is Sky speaking. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Sky Kukoski-Moore, CEO of Children and Young People with Disability Australia.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Sky speaking. Thank you so much. Good morning, committee. My name is Sky and I am the CEO of Children and Young People with Disability Australia, or CYDA is our acronym. I'm joining you today from the lands of the Kaurna people in Adelaide, and I pay my respects to the elders here and across the country, past and present, and thank them for the care and custodianship they have shown over these lands and waterways for millennia. CYDA is the national representative organisation for children and young people with disability aged 0 to 25. We exist to ensure that the voices and views of children and young people with disability and their families are heard, understood and acted on by government through our systemic advocacy and capacity building work. We regularly do this by engaging with our community through surveys, focus groups and co-design projects. For example, shortly after Minister Butler announced Thriving Kids in August 2025, we released a survey seeking the views of young people with disability and their families. We received more than 1,500 responses in just 10 days, with the majority of respondents reporting they felt worried, scared and confused about what these reforms would mean for them. This survey represents the largest repository of lived experience views on thriving kids to date. Our education surveys are also valuable sources of information, and I'll refer to some of that data today. We thank the committee for the opportunity to make our submission and to appear today via teleconference. Quality and safe early childhood education and care for children with disability should be the norm in Australia. However, evidence shows that the safety net that regulations and practices are supposed to provide is failing, with gaps exposing children with disability to harm and exclusion. Children with disability are significantly more likely to experience abuse, neglect, and unsafe treatment in institutional and service environments. The Disability Royal Commission found that children with disability are nearly 3 times more likely to experience violence and abuse than their non-disabled peers. These harms often begin in early childhood settings, where safety risks are not always recognised as discriminatory or systemic. As an example, neither the national law nor the national quality standards explicitly refer to children with disability. Their exclusion from these key instruments means that the needs and experience of children with disability can be seen as an afterthought instead of a core indicator of quality and safety. SADA's national education surveys show that children with disability in ECEC are routinely excluded from activities, denied full hours, or refused enrolment altogether. Families are often told their child's needs are too complex or that there are no staff available. These experiences send a harmful message at a formative stage that a child's participation and safety are conditional. When staff are not trained to communicate with children using non-verbal methods or to recognise distress in children with complex communication needs, unsafe situations go unnoticed, unaddressed and unreported. In SADA's submission to this inquiry, we set out 7 recommendations which we believe will help make the holes in the ECEC safety net smaller, so that no child with disability is excluded or experiences abuse while learning and playing, so that ECEC staff are properly trained and supported to provide meaningful inclusion, so that families have the information they need to make informed decisions about where to place their child, and so that our regulatory framework requires all ECEC providers to proactively consider and respond to the needs of children with disability. When children with disability experience discrimination and exclusion from a young age, they are more likely to experience exclusion as they grow up. This includes being told they're not able to attend their local neighbourhood school, to learn alongside their same age peers, and to low expectations that limit their career potential. At SADA, we believe all children should start together and stay together through their education journey. A more robust approach to quality and safety in ECEC is what children with disability need to start them on that journey. I welcome your questions on our submission.
Thank you. I note your comments in relation to children with a disability being excluded from care. Could you give us sort of a brief outline on how you believe regulatory frameworks should explicitly account for inclusion and safety together, so inclusion isn't actually treated as an option once staffing pressures increase?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a starting point would be ensuring that children with disability and their needs are embedded through the National Principles for Child Safe organisations and embedding those principles into the national quality, into the NQS, The National Principles for Child Safe organisations explicitly require accessible reporting, cultural safety and active participation of children. So making these expectations explicit in regulation would help ensure that every child, including those with disability, is protected, not only physically, but emotionally and socially in their early years. We also believe that the current regulatory system does not consistently recognise or enforce disability inclusion as a quality and safety issue, and that's because state and territory regulators vary in their expertise and approach, with many authorised officers reporting feeling that they are underprepared to assess inclusive practice. And when SADA speaks to families about their experiences with ECEC, we're repeatedly told that inclusion depends more on individual educators' attitudes rather than on systemic requirements or a framework that really supports inclusion. And we also know that according to ASICRA's own research, that while awareness of inclusion has grown under the NQF, the practical implementation of adjustments and inclusive environments remains really uneven. So one way that we think would help to address this is by developing a suite of national inclusive quality indicators. These indicators would cover important components like enrolment, communication access, environmental adjustments that are made, and the extent of family engagement with the setting in order to create a more welcoming and inclusive environment for the child. Having these indicators is only one part of the solution, though. We also need to make sure that there's specialist training for educators and authorised officers in the context of access and inclusion. And we also believe that any of the data and the indicators that are prepared and reported on, these need to be reported on publicly so that there is greater transparency in the sector and for families about how inclusion is either being achieved or not achieved.
Thank you. And then thinking through that, and if we sort of think about the proposed government, let's just say the government expands centre-based entitlements, how can policy preserve choice for the families that you represent and who need alternatives such as sensory needs, therapy schedules and irregular work hours? Like, do you have some insights for us on how you feel that that can be embedded in those frameworks as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So on this issue, we believe that universal design would play a really key role in ensuring that any centre is able to welcome and support a child with disability. We know that the needs of children are changing over time, and we are seeing more and more children enter early childhood education and care with needs that perhaps weren't recognised earlier as being specific needs that require adjustments. And so this is where we're seeing more and more children being excluded or having their hours limited because of behaviours that may result as a result of their needs not being met. And so if in the design of not only the facilities but the services and the programs that are run there, universal design is embedded so that any child, no matter if they're a child with disability, they're a child from a culturally and linguistically diverse background, if they're a child from a First Nations background, they're able to actively participate. That means the centre will be meeting the needs of the whole community and not only a subset of the community where those children's needs aren't considered too hard or too complex to meet.
Thank you. And finally, what kind of role do you think the childcare subsidy or any equivalent subsidy could play in preserving flexibility for families of children with a disability? And do you think that that flexibility is something that is necessary for children, you know, to support children with a disability effectively and their families?
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to funding of programs or supports that are designed to wrap around children, particularly children with disability, flexibility is super important. We know that for some children with disability, or if they have some developmental concerns or delay, they may be required to attend appointments. We have families telling us that they're scared of losing places in settings because of their child's needs. And so by having a system where subsidies or the inclusion support program are able to respond to the needs of the family rather than the family having to work around a complex system, not fully understanding why they're not getting the support they need, having more flexibility and transparency around that funding would go a long way to supporting greater inclusion of children with disability in ECEC.
Thank you. And I'll finish off on this one, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice if you prefer. But for children with a disability, what are the highest risk settings or system failures that the inquiry should address as a priority? So if you had your top 3 of things that you think that we must look at and we must consider, what would they be?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I think looking at CIDA's recommendation number 3, which is about quality standards and legislative requirements, having a mandatory inclusion framework operationalising legal requirements would go a long way to embedding a more proactive approach to designing and delivering services that are inclusive and accessible. I heard the previous witness talking about some of the shortcomings in child safety checks, and for labour hire firms and centres perhaps not having the appropriate line of sight over those child safety checks. That urgently needs to be addressed. We know that, broadly speaking, the lack of a national repository of child safety checks is causing serious issues in the delivery of safe and quality care. So establishing that national child safety check and repository would go a long way to centres feeling confident that they are engaging staff who are appropriately cleared, and families feeling comfortable that they're able to leave their child in the care of properly trained staff who have met child safety standards. The other thing which would go a long way, and this isn't an issue only in early childhood education and care, but more broadly, there is very little data available that can help the Australian policymakers and the communities understand what the experiences are of children with disability. So in the ECEC space, there's no national reporting on how many children with disability are refused enrolment or who are supported through the inclusion support program. And so this invisibility masks systemic exclusion, and it really undermines the commitments that governments have made under the Safe and Supported framework. So establishing a public inclusive ECEC data dashboard would be our third key priority.
Thank you so much. I'll now rotate the call to the Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms Kokoschki-Moore, for joining us by teleconference this morning. I was interested in your reflections on the $226 million package of quality and safety measures that were approved by education ministers in August last year, and how you think these might impact on quality and safety in the sector.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like a lot of money, and when we see investment of millions of dollars in the experiences of all children in Australia, this is something that is welcomed. Where we have seen issues in the past with large-scale investments is around transparency. So I mentioned earlier there's a lack of transparency around the exclusion and the support of children with disability in ECEC settings. As part of the implementation or the acting on the funds that have been distributed, it would be quite reasonable, I think, for the community and for families to expect to see how that money is being spent and the outcomes that are being achieved. We know that when reforms are rolled out, that where there's not a clear indication of the outcomes that are expected, and there's no clear time frame for reporting and evaluating on the effectiveness of those additional funds, then this can undermine a community confidence in that spending, which can lead to pressure to reduce that spending in the long term. And that's something that we cannot afford to have when it comes to supporting Australia's youngest and smallest children, particularly children with disability where they do experience discrimination or exclusion from a young age. We know that they then go on to experience that same exclusion later on in life.
Thank you. I also note that CIDA has been very active in advocating for the disability standards for education to cover the whole ECEC sector. I believe that's due to commence in August this year. Can you talk us through how you believe this change might make a difference for families and children with a disability? And I guess if you could also speak to where these disability standards might have benefited children and young people in other education settings outside of ECEC.
Yeah, CIDA welcomes the expansion of the disability standards for education into ECEC settings. We think it demonstrates the role that early childhood education and care plays in the education of very young children. The disability standards for education were designed to ensure that schools and families and students were able to understand and uphold rights and be able to request things like reasonable adjustments so that a child or a student is able to engage with the core curricula. While these standards sound great in theory, in practice we know that they do fall down. In CIDA's education surveys, we ask about how the disability standards for education have either helped or hindered student experience. And one example that comes up again and again is around the development of individual education plans or IEPs. So lots of students report that they have one, but they don't know what's in it and they weren't part of preparing it. So when we expand the disability standards for education into ECEC, it's really important that we learn from some of the shortcomings that families have experienced with these regulations in other settings. Another really important point to make, which is related to this, is the fact that the disability standards for education are a legislative instrument under the Disability Discrimination Act, which is currently under review. And in CIDA's submission to that review, we have advocated for the expansion of a proactive duty to prevent the discrimination of people with disability, particularly in service settings. So we welcome the expansion of the disability standards for education into ECEC, but we think that we're able to go further by implementing that positive duty through reforms to the Disability Discrimination Act.
Thank you. I think I'm due to rotate, so that's all for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for joining us today. Referring to your submission, you put a strong emphasis on systemic rather than individual failures in terms of safety. And look, I know that you have talked about a lack of information on exclusion and inclusion being a challenge, but I wonder if you think that current market-based policy settings and I suppose a particular reliance on private and for-profit providers is undermining consistent inclusion and safety for children with a disability?
Yeah. I think that no matter who the or how the provider is structured, so whether they're for-profit, whether they're non-for-profit, if we don't have a consistent framework that mandates inclusive practice and reporting on it, we're never going to be in a position where families are able to make that informed choice, and government as funders of early childhood education and care and the supports that are delivered through those settings aren't able to determine whether or not they're getting the most value for money. It's really important that no matter what the structure of an early childhood education and care setting is, that families feel confident that those that are being employed there have met all child safety checks and are trained in supporting what will be and are very diverse environments. And it's really important that we focus on the need to support the educators in these contexts. They perform a critical role, and the previous witnesses spoke about the fact that these roles are often undervalued. And so if we're expecting staff who are tasked with educating and supporting our youngest children, they are often receiving quite low pays, and then expecting them to also undertake training in order to improve their approach to inclusion. We can understand why this hasn't been widely taken up across the sector, and so that's why in our submission we've recommended that where there are professional development obligations on providers that those professional development hours are paid for, so that it's not seen as a nice to have, or if I have time, or if I'm not too tired this week, I might do it. By really embedding sort of inclusion and accessibility training into the toolkit that all educators have, we're going to have much more diverse and welcoming environments.
Yeah, thank you. Look, and absolutely agree about the importance of supporting our workforce. But in your submission, you've talked about inclusion outcomes depending more on goodwill or attitudes at individual centres. So I just wondered, do you have any evidence, even, I don't know if it's anecdotal or otherwise, that this is linked to ownership structure? Like, for example, are highly commercial providers, in your experience, more likely to gatekeep enrolment or cap hours or refuse children with a disability compared to centres where profit is invested back into things like training and improved conditions for educators?
Yeah. In our education surveys, I don't believe we ask families to reflect on the structure of the early childhood education and care centre that they've been accessing. So I'm not sure I have that data, but I'm very happy to take it on notice and go back through results to see if there's something I can provide to the committee.
Thank you very much. That'd be great. And on inclusion funding gaps, referring to recommendation 6 in your submission, can you please talk a little bit more about your perspective on how the ISP is currently funded and administered, and whether you believe that that is fit for purpose?
Yeah. The ISP has been the subject of debates and reform speculation for many years now. I think that in itself indicates that while the program was designed in one way, it's not achieving the outcomes that either the government or families was hoping. One thing that we come up against time and time again is families really not understanding how the inclusion support program is benefiting their child. And it's not clear whether or not the funds that the centre is receiving are being spent towards whether it's programs or adjustments or additional support that their child needs. And so greater communication between centres and families about how the funding is being used and how that's going to benefit the children there will help to create more confidence in the program as a tool for embedding inclusion in early childhood.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And so transparency, obviously, and communication, key issues. Can you explain how thin or inflexible, as you've described it in your submission, including funding might directly increase safety risks for children with disabilities?
I didn't quite catch the end of your question. I'm so sorry.
So in your submission, you talk about thin or inflexible inclusion funding, and that might directly increase safety risks for children with disabilities. Do you have any more information you'd like to add on that point?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that where funding is tight, that can lead to centres having to make really difficult decisions around where those resources are directed. And so this can lead to decisions around less supervision, like less adequate supervision of the children that are in their care, not having that two-person visibility during high-risk routines, and also the time that they need to think about the activities that they're running to make sure they are going to be inclusive of all of the children who are spending time with them. That proactive planning is really important, because when we design activities, when you embed inclusion strategies at the outset, all children benefit. I think that's a really important message, is that where we do that design of activities around inclusion of all, that all children are going to benefit. So it's not that because one child needs something, others are going to receive less. That child who may need additional support or an activity structured in a slightly different way means that the other children in that room are also going to benefit. The other thing that we reflected on as part of our commentary around the sustainability and flexibility of funding is that we have at the moment some systems that require a diagnosis or experiences can differ depending on the postcode or that service's experience with and competency with navigating like grant funding, complicated administrative processes for acquitting funding. And so we think that in order to support a greater uplift of the sector, we need to have allocated and dedicated funding for ECEC providers to spend on things like active supervision and high-risk routine safeguards. We also think that funding should be directed towards specialist coaching and mandatory training. This is particularly in the context of recognising grooming and responding to disclosures, particularly for children who may be non-verbal. Where those children have been experiencing abuse, their behaviour afterwards may not be understood as an indicator that something awful has happened, and rather could be perceived as a child that's just misbehaving. And so the ability of educators to communicate with children in diverse ways is really going to support greater visibility, awareness of and acting on concerns around child safety.
Thank you. And look, I know I'm getting close to time, but just a final question or two. What challenges do you think arise when responsibility for inclusion and safety is split across multiple systems, jurisdictions, funding streams, etc., with no single body accountable?
Yeah. The result is what we're seeing today, which is that sort of the safety net I described at the start, which has gigantic holes in it. So it's children with disability and other children who are experiencing often compounding and intersecting marginalisation, discrimination, who are the ones that pay the price. Where we have a system that requires those delivering services to adhere to multiple different frameworks, each that may describe inclusion, access in slightly different ways, each that may be receiving different funding depending on their skill in applying for and receiving the funds that they need to deliver the supports to the children in their care. All of that leads to families being very vulnerable to needing to make what would be seen as the least worst choice of where to place their child rather than the best possible choice for their child.
Yeah, thank you. And look, you feel free to take this one on notice if you would like to put some thought into it, but perhaps you already have. And just wondering from CYDA's experience or perspective whether the establishment of some sort of national body to oversee things like inclusion, safety and equity across the ECE system is something that you would support, or as I suppose suggested by the Productivity Commission and Independent ECEC Commission, is that something that your group has considered? And as I said, if not, feel free to take it on notice.
Yeah, it is something that we would support, and we would see it as the starting point. So if we have independent oversight of safety, quality, accessibility and inclusion in early childhood settings, we would love for that to go further so that we have the same kind of oversight of children's experiences when they enter school. As I said earlier, we want all children to start together and stay together. And so while we have a system that does not uphold the rights of children with disability, we're never going to be in a place where children with disability are given access to the supports in the environments that they deserve, and they will continue to experience very low expectations by community.
Thank you so much, and I think that brings me to time, but I appreciate your submission and your contribution today.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And just one quick one from me on notice is fine given the time, but just noting some of the comments that you've made, could you sort of give us some insight on whether you think the Thriving Kids initiative will be help to expand access across the EC system, or are you concerned that it risks complicating the pathway towards that more consistent, supportive and affordable care for families that you speak of?
Yeah, I would love to provide a response on notice to that. I think driving kids has huge potential, but with everything, it's quite nuanced. So very happy to provide something in writing for the committee to consider.
Thank you. And thank you for your evidence today. Any questions that you have taken on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 3rd of March. And we will now suspend for morning tea and return at 10:45 a.m. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Early Learning, yes, that's right, Early Learning Association Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Karina Davis, the CEO of Early Learning Association Australia.
Thank you.
And I'm Sally Madison, the Director of Advocacy at Early Learning Association Australia.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before the committee today on behalf of the Early Learning Association Australia, ELA from now on. My name is Karina Davis and I commenced as the CEO of ELA in May last year. My career has been shaped by a long-standing commitment to early childhood education and care, from my early years as an early childhood teacher to completing a PhD at the University of Melbourne and spending over a decade actively researching anti-bias and inclusive approaches in the early childhood curriculum in support of greater inclusion and positive educational outcomes for children. It's a privilege to lead ELA, an organisation that represents more than 1,300 early childhood education and care services, the vast majority of them small, community-based, not-for-profits. Our members include kindergartens, long day care, early years managers, integrated services, schools, local councils, and out-of-school hours care providers. Many of our members are the long-standing trusted services embedded in their communities, delivering high-quality early learning for more than 30 years in ways that meet community needs and responds to the diversity of local communities. What we heard from members in drafting our submission to you, loud and clear, is this: the early childhood system is under enormous pressure. Reforms are welcome and necessary, but without careful design, adequate consultation, proper resourcing and a stronger role for government stewardship, they risk falling short of what children and families deserve. We also heard loud and clear 95% of our members did not believe governments understood the practical implications and challenges their services faced when implementing system-wide reforms, as these reforms layered on a foundational administrative burden caused by cross-jurisdictional differences that are poorly considered and not clearly understood by governments. Let me highlight 4 key issues. First, quality and safety must be supported at a system level, not left to individual services or the market to solve. Children's safety is non-negotiable and is paramount. ELA continues to support implementation of important child safety reforms introduced at state and federal levels over the recent months. We look forward to opportunities to work with government to improve existing commitments, including the next iteration of the National Educator Register, a National Working with Children check and reportable conduct scheme. The current system and suite of reforms remain too complex, inconsistent and with duplicated effort across federal and state jurisdictions, preventing a clear focus on children and families. But safety alone is not enough. Aero research shows that it's high-quality programs, particularly in educational practice, relationships with children and physical environments, that significantly reduce developmental vulnerability. We strongly support the Victorian Rapid Child Safety Review's recommendation for a Commonwealth-funded quality improvement program for CCS-approved services, similar to the successful Victorian Kindergarten Quality Improvement Program. Without this, services struggling to meet quality standards continue to operate without support, and governments continue to rely on goodwill and under-resourced services to deliver the level of quality children need and the community expects. Second, the workforce remains the most critical and fragile part of the system. Educators and early childhood teachers experience overwhelming administrative requirements, reform fatigue, low pay and limited time for professional development. Many are working unpaid hours simply to keep up. ELA and our members welcome and support recent investments from the federal government, such as the worker retention payment for eligibility gaps and eligibility gaps and short-term funding creates uncertainty. For providers operating both kindergartens and long daycare, mixed funding and industrial arrangements make workforce planning even more complex. We need long-term, coordinated funding arrangements across governments. We also need funded professional development and backfill, not as an optional extra, but as a core requirement for quality and safety. This is especially critical for small and volunteer-run services that do not have HR, legal or compliance teams behind them. In Victoria, we are currently negotiating the Early Childhood Educator and Teacher Award, and our member employers and their workforce remain unsure about a wage offer. We know that depending on the service you work in and the state you are located, you will receive different rates of pay for the work you do. And for nearly all, this is a low rate of pay, unreflective of the value and importance of the work itself. We must ensure that those delivering safe, high-quality early learning for our youngest Australians are fairly compensated and properly recognised for their essential contribution. Third, governments must address the complexity created by diverse service types and inconsistent policy settings. ASEQA data shows that almost 80% of providers operate a single service. Yet reforms are generally designed with the assumption that all providers have high-level back-office functions and capacity to interpret and understand and absorb new regulatory and compliance requirements. It might seem attractive to force the sector into increasingly large provision as it's easier in lots of ways for governments. But the rich diversity of early childhood models, especially in the community not-for-profit space, provides for deep local community connections, trust from families and children, and essential connection that supports deeper and more engaged learning for children. Improving national and state coordination and consistency is essential. From the workforce gender undervaluation case, to preschool funding, to child safety reforms, policy decisions are often made in isolation, leaving services to navigate and respond to complex policy environments. Families too face complexity, particularly when kindergarten funding and childcare funding operate on different rules and levels of investment. This is something as a sector we need to improve. Finally, children need a national kindergarten entitlement that reflects modern evidence and equity. Nationally, our kindergarten entitlement requires significant work. Inconsistencies are creating considerable inequities across jurisdictions. Victoria will soon deliver 1,800 hours of kindergarten before school. Other jurisdictions may continue to offer just 600 hours. Without Commonwealth leadership, national equity cannot be achieved. Equally, kindergarten services must be allowed to offer wraparound hours through access to the childcare subsidy. Parents consistently tell us that sessional kindergarten hours are a barrier to participation in workforce engagement. Allowing a kindergarten service to register for CCS, as recommended by the Productivity Commission, would make quality early learning more accessible, particularly in regional areas. Access to quality, safe, inclusive early childhood education and care, regardless of where you live, is fundamental to children's futures and Australia's prosperity. But we simply cannot continue to rely on fragmented reforms, overstretched educators and the market. We need deliberate, coordinated government stewardship that firmly places children and their rights at the centre, recognises and celebrates the diversity of providers, and invests in quality, including a stable and appropriately remunerated workforce. Ella stands ready to work collaboratively with governments and this committee to achieve a system that is safe, high quality and designed around the needs of all children and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. My first question actually connects to a comment that you made about reform fatigue. And we had a previous witness talk to us about the fact that, it is very clear that there's been a loss of trust in the system. So could you sort of give me an idea of what you mean by that concept and what the biggest risks of reform fatigue are to educators, but particularly in the environment that we're in at the moment where there are clearly problems, parents have lost trust, and how those two intersect?
In preparing for this, we wrote down some of the things that are the cross-jurisdictional complexities that services face, which is the layer of which reform sits on. And the list of those things is considerable. If you are a service in early childhood that offers both kindergarten and long day care, you have duplication across funding and funding rules, awards and conditions for staff, inclusion funding differences, family entitlement differences, and program requirement differences. And so those services, that complexity exists before services even start looking at reforms. And then when you look at the 80% of our members or the sector that are single service providers, they're managing that complexity and that diversity before reform hits. For our members, reform layers are the Best Start, Best Life here for 3 and 4-year-old that's been going on for a considerable number of years and will continue. We've got the child safety legislation changes at state and federal levels. We have implementation in Victoria of 2 registers, 2 early childhood educator registers that need to be maintained. We have increased child safety training obligations and child safety culture change. We have federal reforms and engagement, including the Service Delivery Price Project, the 3-day guarantee, and the Building Early Education Fund requirements. We have really protracted in Victoria VECTIA, the award negotiations that are layering on that.
So would that fatigue then just be all of these different things that you have to comply with? And I'm just mindful of time.
Yeah, sure,
the
no
Senator's
problem.
questions.
Yeah.
So it's effectively being able to deal with all of those. So it's like, where do you even begin and how do you begin? Is that effectively the issue? Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's and they're all reforms that we support and
Yeah.
the sector would support broadly. It's the fact that it's all happening at once,
Yeah.
at pace, and we know that we need to rebuild trust as a sector. So we support the child safety reforms and the fact they are being delivered at pace, but on top of all the other competing reforms and a workforce that has doesn't have funding certainty on what their pay rates are, it's becoming increasingly challenging at the service level, and there is, I think, broad fatigue across all parts of the sector.
Yeah. Thank
So
you.
one of the things we're finding particularly with our services and our members, is that teachers and administration staff are spending increasingly longer times on administration that has very little to do with the quality of the services and the programs that children face and intersect with. So
Yeah.
they're being pulled away from the work that is the most vital to keep them connected with children and families, to deal with the administrative burden and the duplication that occurs.
Thank you. And some of the feedback that we've been hearing, and I'd be interested in your views, given that you cover a broad spectrum of care, is that the requirements and the frameworks around the early education and the day care piece are very different to out of hours or after school care, yet the same regulations exist, or the requirements exist across both. Are you seeing that as something that is challenging for providers as well?
We are seeing that there's a lack of, in the system and in the responses, it's one size fits all. So across the board, it's one size fits all. And so we are not suggesting that regulation needs to be looser for one sector than another. Absolutely not.
They're just different.
But they're different. And so meeting them, working with more consultation and collaboratively about what are the challenges they face, because the challenges are different, and then how do we work in a policy and regulatory sense to respond to the way that those services work and the challenges that they face. A one-size-fits-all reform agenda and regulatory overlay is just not hitting the mark for those variety of services.
And then I guess, before I rotate the call to the Deputy Chair, where do you see the biggest gaps today that need to be filled? And I know you've talked through a lot of them in your submission, but if you had to point to a couple and go, these are the ones, and particularly given the reform fatigue, is it regulator resourcing? Is it regulator powers? Is it provider compliance? Is it culture? Is it data visibility? And you've talked about information sharing as well. Like, which of those should be prioritised, and how do we prioritise it? And I know that's a really hard question, but the challenge the sector has is a similar challenge to what we have in actually working out which are the most.
Yeah.
Where do we begin?
Yeah. I think we have to begin with the workforce. Mm-hmm. The workforce are the front line of defence for both quality and safety, or safety first but quality. The workforce are concerned that we're having a conversation, our employer, our members' employers who represent the workforce, are concerned that there's a strong conversation about safety without elevating that conversation to quality, because quality is a precursor to safety. The people that deliver that quality and will protect are the ones that have very, very little wage certainty, really low rates of pay. Workforce challenges in terms of supply are such that even if you can go to professional development on some days, you can't get relief staff, so that's cancelled. A lot of the reform and the training for the workforce and our employer groups is offline, out of the room. Online, we're doing a great investment in online training, which means people sit individually on their own, which doesn't change culture. Early childhood is a deeply relational piece of work, and skilled educators and teachers have to be skilled at relationships with families and with children and their colleagues. But we're forcing reform that takes people out of those relationships and outside of, but then being able to build the culture of change that is necessary that they want to do, because it's been layered on top of their already very busy and hectic and difficult days. And they're doing it on their own, and then they're coming back the next day with very little relief. And so professional development, backfill, certainty about wage and conditions, clarity and consistency across that. Some of the lack of trust and the what's the word for how our sector is feeling at the moment? There is some level of frustration about the fact that there's a lot of words about the importance of their work, but in the reform there's investment in the regulator and there's investment in online training development, but we can't get a Victorian wage deal through. The retention payment is hooked around a whole range of things that are very difficult to administer. And so those things are a lack of certainty for the people that are going to make this work.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your evidence today and your submission and just general engagement on these issues with us all. Come to the parts of your submission which highlight diversity in the sector, the importance of diversity, and I'm interested in how we can better support small not-for-profit providers to grow, to expand, to offer, different services whilst maintaining quality. What role does something like the beef have in that, or what potential does it have, and what else would you like to see this part of our sector supported?
Okay. Just checking. The beef is a really welcome addition, and it's really great to see that level of investment. As we've said in our submission and in my opening statement, there is an assumption that services have the back office skill and capability to engage with all of the different groups and stakeholders in order to build, to find land, to build, to get into contracts, to understand construction. They don't have, 80% of the sector with single services don't have that level of support. And so we would like to see, as is outlined in the Productivity Commission, some sort of resourcing for the large majority of the sector to draw on that sort of service, or to have that sort of service provided for them so that they can grow under the beef, under that beef funding. That's really critical because when we were going around talking with members about when beef first came out and we could give some input into that process, a lot of our smaller providers, particularly rural and regional, where it could be really valuable addition to what they're already offering, were saying, I just can't think about it. Yeah. I'm struggling to open every service I've got at the moment because of workforce shortage, and I would really love to put our hand up, but we can't because we just don't have capacity for that.
Do you have a specific model in mind though? Like are there sort of that back-end support you see operating in other sectors or other service provision which would help? Do you see it happening through a peaks model, or what would it actually look like in practice if the government were to provide that extra layer of support?
I think ALA, this sounds a little bit self-serving, not intended to be, but ALA provides for the Victorian government a whole range of governance, industrial, HR, operational support services in Victoria, those single site services. And so there are models that exist in early childhood peaks that already provide that level of support. That support could be boosted and we could engage that level through consultancies or with engagement with staff ourselves, and then we could really ensure that they can get on with understanding who their communities are, understanding where the gaps are, with that sort of back-end support provided in a central location that exists already.
Thank you. I'm also really interested in your views about, I mean, I suppose it's the question of trade-offs between flexibility and oversight. And, you know, there are a number of advocates who've called for things like childcare subsidies to be paid for grandparents or for nannies or for other caregivers. In that kind of setting, the opportunities for oversight are extremely limited. There aren't the same kind of quality requirements, training requirements existing on those caregivers as there are in the sector. So, I mean, I guess on the one hand, we've got this debate between the need for flexibility, and I very much understand that, but we also have the calls for increased safety and oversight of the sector. I mean, is it actually possible when you have a whole bunch of kind of informal care arrangements to have the same level of oversight quality you have in a more traditional setting? And, you know, I guess I'm just interested in your views on how we would have that operating in the system, not to the same quality, safety standards and settings as we have in other kinds of care.
Ella understands and appreciates the real difficult tensions that working parents have, and particularly through the last months of events and the fear and the lack of trust in the sector. Moving towards less regulated care, though, is not something that ALA would support. Yes.
Because of those
because it's
oversight
unregulated,
issues.
yeah, because carers are unregulated in that space. Oversighting an unregulated workforce is nearly impossible, and that creates more risk, and we don't support an environment where greater risk of children and families as a result eventuates.
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for joining us today. Just to pick up on a couple of the points we've already talked about, the worker retention payment was obviously well-intentioned and extremely welcomed by many educators, but we also know that there is increasing uncertainty at the end of the year and with the staggering of the Fair Work Commission's re-evaluation. We haven't yet had confirmation from the government about how this will be handled and that sort of potential dip in educator pay. I just wondered how your members are responding to that. I know that one factor you mentioned is reform fatigue, pay and funding uncertainty, and I wondered if you had any feedback from your members on that.
A range of our members didn't end up applying, though they could have, for the worker retention grant because it was administratively burdensome. It tied them to no fee increases and to that level of uncertainty that they know that if it dropped out, they just couldn't afford to continue. And they were really loath to offer something that would have to be retracted. And they thought that that would do more damage to their workforce and their relationship with their workforce. And so while many of our members put their hand up and went for it, we have a significant proportion of members that didn't because of those issues. Some of our members did put their hand up but had gaps between what was funded and then had to go through a whole review process, an appeal process in order to get those. So it is absolutely welcome, but the inconsistency and lack of commitment to it is a real barrier. And on top of all of the various levels of government statements around the importance of the sector, alongside this wage inconsistency and uncertainty at both the state and federal level, our employers and their workforces are becoming quite frustrated and some considerably resentful about what they see as platitudes about the importance of their work, but very little commitment to ensuring that their work is appropriately valued, and remuneration is part of that.
Yeah, thank you. And are you, do you think amongst those who have signed up for that payment, are you hearing anything about potential workforce exits if it isn't, the levels aren't reached?
So we are hearing that for the first time, the kindergarten sector in Victoria is losing staff to centre-based care. And that is not something that has been usual, because the VECTIR award rates have usually been a little higher. So that's given them some safety in holding workforces. But so we are hearing from members that kindergarten educators are moving, and so that is creating workforce pressures in kindergartens that have had a long history of stable employment, and they are really concerned about exit from the sector overall. And the longer that uncertainty goes on, the more employees are looking at other options.
Yeah, look, I've had multiple Uber drivers who said they used to be educators and are now driving Ubers, which is highly concerning. And I remember one of the first things I heard coming into this role was, educators want the choice to be an educator at an early, primary, secondary, and for all the factors to be the same, including paying conditions. So something to continue to strive for. And presumably, I think maybe this is rhetorical, but the departure of the workforce will have flow-on impacts related to quality and safety within the system.
Absolutely. And we do know that the early childhood teacher workforce is considerably older, and so they are going to move out of the sector soon if they stay. And so what is the mechanism for attracting a new workforce in, when in some instances one of our members talk about the fact that the cleaners that come in at the end of the day get paid more than the childcare educators that are caring for children during the day. And so there's very little incentive.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And on current safety reforms, you've said that ILA supports the recent child safety reforms announced by education ministers, but that the implementation is complex. From your members' perspective, what are the key risks or challenges that they're facing with implementation? Is it just the pace that you've already mentioned, or are there challenges specific to the reforms themselves? And noting we've heard a bit about mobile phone ban challenges with that earlier, and we do all want our children's milestone moments captured, but how, and recognise that CCTV is complex as well, I suppose. Do you have any comments on those?
We've heard from our members across that period of time that in the general reform, they are the front face of change management with families and communities and staff, and that's poorly understood by government and so the swift pace of reform, while supported, is too fast for them to catch up for themselves with all of the requirements, as well as to support their colleagues and services to adapt to the new requirements, and then to navigate that with families and children. And so that's a huge change effort that is not being factored into, I don't think, in any of the reform language or the conversations that we have. It's not adequately represented as the load that they carry. The other part is just simply the duplication. And so we have 2 educator registers to operate in Victoria without real clarity about how they're going to come together. They've got different requirements. We've got state-based legislation. New South Wales has state-based legislation as well as national regulation. There is just so much duplication. If you're one of our members then that's in a council, a local council or a school, then you have that bureaucracy in triplicate, because you're responding to the local council's needs as well as the school needs. And so you're managing, and then, as we spoke about earlier, the foundational differences in awards, in conditions, in funding, it's a lot to manage and to handle. And then if you are asking staff to do all of those things and to work and pay attention to the children that they're educating and caring for, and to notice changes in family dynamics so that we can keep children safe, then actually you're not providing the broader environment where they can be attuned to those things and pay attention carefully.
Yeah, thank you. And I suppose that leads to the next question. You mentioned that only 5% of your surveyed members believe that governments understand the practical realities of services when designing reforms. Do you think your members have enough opportunity to share their lived-in worked experience with policymakers? And if not, how does this disconnect between decisions and practice translate into real safety risks on the ground?
I think there has been in the past, before I was in this role, but in the past there is a conversation from our members that there was much more of a partnership model. Across these periods of months, more recently, since I started in this role, there hasn't been that consultation. It's understandable that we needed to move quickly and that consultation wasn't possible. What our members are feeling though is that that level of consultation after you needed to act swiftly hasn't caught up. And so there is real risk to safety and quality because people aren't hearing about the challenges on the sector in making those things land, and so they will land poorly. There will be resistance to the reforms at whichever level that will show itself up at, because people haven't bought in because they don't feel like their experience on the ground has been listened to. They've been asked to do too much too soon. Also knowing that we have no tolerance for a lack of children's safety, and so they appreciate that. They were very invested early on. And so the experience that we mentioned before about nuancing those things to service type and community need is really necessary. And then the biggest risk to ongoing safety and quality is the loss of the workforce, and that is happening already, and we need to work together to have them feel that those voices are heard, that the changes can be managed, and their particular circumstances are being responded to so that we don't lose more staff.
Yeah, thank you. And if possible, if you did have tangible examples that you could provide on notice around that latest round of reforms and how it's being challenging on the ground, we'd be grateful to receive that.
Absolutely, we have some.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. And in relation to large providers, I suppose in ELA's experience, what are the challenges in scaling up in terms of quality and safety comparing small or single service operators with large-scale operators? And I was quite surprised by that statistic, which I hadn't heard about, 80% being small, sort of single-owned. Is this where safety and quality oversight sometimes slips, do you think? And is there a sweet spot where scaling up happens but safeguarding remains strong?
I think it's a really interesting question, and so I'll take most of it on notice, I think. Sure. What we do know is that we know that not-for-profit providers across the board have higher levels of quality. They grow a little more slowly, and they are better at holding quality. We see that in the data of our in Victoria early years managers, who are our larger kindergarten providers, the ones that are deeply invested in their communities and grow around their communities have been much more successful at holding the high level of quality they've had than our other EYM providers who have kind of gone a little bit more state-based broader, but they bring them up pretty quickly in comparison to other really large providers. So our largest providers have 90, 80, 60 or 50 services. They're not small, our large providers, but they invest in back office infrastructure. They understand when they're bringing in new services what the things are to look for, and they are working that through. So quality, if it drops, it comes up relatively quickly, but we are finding that the slower scale growth is showing a holding of quality. And so there's a tension there, isn't there, about meeting demand, but also ensuring that provision is what we all want it to be.
Yeah, most definitely. And so then do you have some concerns about sector consolidation, pushing out smaller not-for-profit services that are on average, as you've spoken about, running sort of higher quality operations? Is there anything else you want to say about that? Is the market pressure that you've described contributing to it, would you say?
We are concerned about any policy solution that prioritises or privileges larger providers, absolutely, because where quality sits in the smaller providers is because of those deep connections with community. Kindergartens and centre-based care that are deeply connected to community know their communities they read their communities, they can have that trust of families and children. That trust helps disclosures, helps noticing of behaviours that keep children safer, and there is evidence for that. So we are deeply passionate about the diversity of provision and see that as a strength, and we would be concerned about any move to lessen that. We think there are solutions, though, that are about investing in bodies like Ella that helps those providers do the back office things that they can do while they keep their focus on community need and children's and the quality of their programs.
Thank you. I'm probably my last question, as I have you've been very generous with my time. Thank you, Chair. We know that the Commonwealth is currently acting on enforcement actions on a small number of services based on safety grounds. I think it's around 60 in total. You've noted in your submission this approach is necessary but not sufficient to lift safety across the system. Is this, well, I suppose, you know, the emphasis, is that something you would like to see shift away necessarily just focusing on enforcement but actual quality safety lifting across the board? And, you know, are there ways that you've contemplated to really focus on that lifting of quality rather than just that cracking down once the harm's occurred and once the headlines have splashed across our TV?
So I want my answer to be really clear. Any risk to children's safety and harm, absolutely not acceptable. There's a layer there then that's on education and growth and learning and improvement, and what's on more punitive measures that are also necessary at times. And so I want that nuance to be clearly understood. Regulation, it works best in most of cases when it's educative and when we invest in services to improve. The closure of services is a loss for communities, but we can't tolerate poor quality because that damages children's developmental progression. And so we do think that there's a real opportunity to invest heavily where it's warranted. So the criteria of that would need to be worked out. Invest in those services to improve by having some sort of kind of dropped-in parachuted team to work with them so that the team could make sure that quality improves under their oversight quickly, but then that you help a service to come up to the level of quality in order to continue to open, because they are still valued by families and children, and educators still need jobs.
Yeah, most definitely. And just maybe a final one, perhaps, to take on notice. Where would this drop-in team come from? From the Commonwealth or from elsewhere?
On notice only?
Yeah, we'll take.
Oh, yeah.
Is that okay to take?
Yeah, sure. Maybe.
Yeah,
Thank you. I really appreciate your time.
no problem.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. I do have a quick follow-up to a question that you asked the deputy, or that you answered to the deputy chair, around, you know, not supporting unregulated care in any way. And I sort of takes me to a lot of the feedback that we have, and particularly what's happened with the loss of trust. And many parents are asking me this question, have been asking it publicly. You know, given the serious child safety failures we've seen occur even within highly regulated settings, how can we balance regulatory safeguards with the important role that parents play, and particularly in that first year of life when, you know, the education piece is very different, you know, for a 3-month-old than for a 3-year-old, and to basically say, well, you can't make that informed choice in your child's care because the centre-based option is the best, and you need to trust someone that you don't know because we don't trust someone that you do know. How do we manage for that?
I think it's really complex. I think, though, that with all of the child abuse statistics in general in the community are really high. And so it's really important to think about, as we're all stewards of the sector, about what level of risk tolerance we have. That's the wrong language for children's safety, because we have no risk tolerance for.
Yeah, we're all on the same side. We all want to keep children safe. There's no,
we know that.
Apart from the predators that we're all trying to stop, we all have the same motivation.
And that so while we understand that there have been these recent exposures, what we're doing is working in a system to ensure that that doesn't happen again. In an unregulated workforce, you haven't got those protections. And so that at a system level, that level of lack of regulation is not something that Ella feels is possible to put on families and children, or the risk for children, because we are going to make change. Change is already being made. And so the really difficult and distressing lessons that have had to be learned have already forced change. So the system will be better at it. And so we've got trust in a system of the past, change is already occurring, and so that we will have better protections in a system that actually early childhood has been calling out for years as the gaps in it. And so we would need to understand in the unregulated care sector system, what are those safeguards that exist?
And how do we build those to keep children
safe in
so it's actually
an appropriate level?
Correct, and I think I agree with you there. I don't think any part of a formalised system should not have regulations. But again, we've had evidence earlier today, particularly in relation to after-school care, that one size doesn't fit all right. And I think this is the same, and particularly, and I agree, there is a difference between, you know, a 3-month-old and a 3-year-old, or a 4-month-old and a 4-year-old. And maybe we need to look at a way where we can provide frameworks of protection that also gives parents choices to the care of their children.
I think yes. Our statement is unregulated care is risky care, and so we don't want to take unnecessary risks. And so if there was a move towards that, then our question would be, well, how are you regulating what we're saying is unregulated care is not acceptable?
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. Any questions that you've taken on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 3rd of March. And thank you, we really appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Much.
I now welcome representatives from the Outside School Hours Council of Australia. Good morning.
Good morning.
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Melinda Kroll, and I'm the President of the Outside School Hours Care Association of Australia.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I thank you for this opportunity to appear before the Senate inquiry into the early childhood education care sector. My name's Melinda Kroll, and I'm President of the Outside School Hours Care Association of Australia, or OSCA, which I'll refer to. I've worked in the youth, community and childcare sector for over 30 years and remain dedicated to supporting the OSH sector to realise the potential it has to embrace the positive outcomes for primary school aged children and their parents, which I don't think we yet realise in Australia. OSCA members represent around 1/3 of the OSH services operated on school sites across Australia. And by way of background, our services provide before and after school care to primary aged children, allowing their parents and carers to undertake necessary employment, study or other activities. Now we've got the 3-day guarantee. Our sector plays an integral part of the economy and supports the development and well-being of primary aged children. Without our sector, thousands of parents would not be able to fulfil their employment obligations or have these additional support structures around them. From the outset, I want to be really clear that OSCA supports stronger regulation and oversight of the ECEC sector to support the safety, health and wellbeing of all children. And I highlight that applications of these measures must be appropriate for the age cohorts that we are caring for. To that end, we are of the strong view that the current regulations of the industry is fragmented across jurisdictions, as we've just heard, and better tailored to the long daycare sector, that is the 0 to 5-year-olds, rather than the cohorts we care for, being school-aged children 5 to 12, who have different developmental capabilities and requirements of them within their primary school setting compared to the younger children. OSHCA has consistently been advocating for a harmonised, nationally consistent OSH-specific regulatory environment that reflects the needs of OSH services within primary education settings and recognises the particular needs of the care being delivered for primary school-aged children is being developmentally different from the care of toddlers and babies in a long daycare setting in which they are designed for. Shared spaces in school provide the most outstanding opportunity to support parents and children, and therefore alignment is required and essential. As multi-jurisdictional providers, we see the inherent challenge faced by OSH service providers due to these variations and differences. It causes a cost burden, but it also causes a lack of education harmonisation of our workforce, and confusion for parents who ultimately see OSH as an extension of the school. It is OSHCA's position that the times before school and after school and during school holidays provide an exceptional opportunity to extend educative, developmental outcomes for children and to support families. The focus of this primary school cohort within the ECE sector reform is essential for the ultimate benefit of children receiving services from providers in the OSH sector. I also want to note quickly our position in terms of sector participants. For-profit providers play an important part in the delivery of high quality and growing ECEC services in Australia, including in the OSH sector. This means providers dedicated to delivering quality outcomes and being purposeful contributors to the sector. And we continue to have demonstrated a commitment to innovation and the ability and willingness to invest in people, training, systems, programming and process which will benefit the children in our care. As an example, there's a considerable investment by OSHCA members in at the moment into children with inclusion and support needs. With inadequate funding available to fully implement inclusion policy, it requires fiscal capability to do so at the provider's own cost. This underpins safety, wellness and inclusive practice. There is a place for all, regardless of characterisation, as long as safety and quality are at the forefront of these decisions. With greater requirements on all providers to enact the paramountcy principle of child safety and to ensure the sector is meeting the changing and growing needs of families and children, having to invest in these endeavours is a priority. I reiterate again that OSHCA supports strongly regulation and oversight of the ECE sector to support the safety, health and wellbeing of children, and we continue to work closely with authorities and regulators as part of these regulation changes. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry.
Thank you. My question relates to some comments in your submission where you say the current regulatory settings and the national quality framework are oriented just to the early childhood context, whilst the New South Wales, we say OSH. OSH serves school-aged children who exhibit distinct needs. Given that fundamental difference, is it appropriate to apply staffing assumptions and ratio frameworks designed for toddlers and babies to school-aged care settings? And then how do we manage for that? And again, this relates to previous witnesses around one-size-fits-all and the challenges that overlays and perhaps makes the system more complex than it should be.
It does absolutely make it more complex and harder for the educators. I think there is some amazing qualities to the National Quality Framework and the regulations that sit there that we absolutely do not want to lose. So it's not a complete rewrite, but it is nuancing to those age groups. I'd even suggest that within our cohort you need to look at the 5 to 8 year olds and then possibly the 8 to 12 year olds, because very, very different developmental needs. I think our biggest challenge at the moment is that it doesn't align to the way the education departments and the schools work with the children as well. And of course their little minds find it very difficult to go, I'm allowed in this space during the day and then I'm not allowed in this space in the afternoon. There's some opportunities that cause us, concern too, where that school playground is absolutely suitable for children through the day and has the right amount of softball, yet when we move into the ECEC requirements, it's not, and therefore children cannot use it. So
They can't play there.
They can't play there. They can't
Crazy.
use this classroom.
Yeah.
Look, personally, this not an OSHCA perspective, but the school infrastructure is set up there for the benefit of families and children. And if we truly look at OSH as an extension of the education day, and how it supports education in those moments before and after, and I'm not saying it's school, play-based, community-based, learning-based, then you could look at where the whole school was available, as it is in some countries. But licensed spaces that have invisible lines to little minds is very difficult as an example, and then it also increases our administration burden.
Yeah, and it's such an interesting perspective when you put it like that. The children use those spaces during the day when they're at school, whether it's the classroom or the playground, but then when they're in the after-school environment, those spaces are no longer safe and they can't use them, which is a madness in my view, and a complication of providing supervised care for children.
Absolutely, yes.
So what have been, and just to get an understanding, have you attempted to make representations to different layers of government in relation to this, to sort of say, well, how does this align and how do we correct it, and what are the other responses that you've had? And probably an additional question, and that can be on notice if you prefer, what kind of impact does that actually have on providing simpler supervised care for parents in an environment that their children are already comfortable in?
Absolutely. Look, we have been advocating for this to happen. It's a complex equation of how you decouple some of the things that are in the NQF and the way that it's regulated. It actually requires an additional reform agenda, I believe, where we're specifically looking at USH in the sector rather than it being coupled together. It's one of the reasons OSHCA exists, is to make sure that OSH sector is seen as an independent and incredibly valuable part of the sector, when it is probably a smaller part of the sector compared to centre-based daycare, but it plays such an important role to children. So I think on top of the reform agenda at the moment, it's very hard to catch something else, but this does need to be looked at because it plays into the quality of the care and the safety of the care for children, and it also has a huge impact on the workforce, feeling like they are stepping into a career in USH that will be governed as school-aged children rather than governed as preschool-aged children.
Yeah. And again, do you feel that should also be segmented with that 5 to 8 years and the 8 to 12 years that you mentioned earlier?
I think ultimately that would be where, if we're going to do it, let's do it like that, because you do have absolute different agency of children, agency of voice, capability.
Yeah.
The capability and agency of the children within the primary school is increased in those years as well, yet it's almost stripped out of them when they get to USH because of the different regulation requirements.
And nobody needs us to tell them that there's a difference between a 5-year-old and a 12-year-old.
Absolutely, they can tell you that.
Yeah, that's right.
Very easily.
Very, very clearly. Very
yes.
clearly.
It also, in some cases, it restricts the provider from having enough space to cater for the needs of the program because the school won't release any further space.
Yeah.
And in some cases, and in some jurisdictions especially, it's very inadequate space that is given to USH providers. There's instances where it will only be outdoor space, or it'll be a tiny little back office room. I've got an example of an educator that's trying to do her work out of a shed to make sure, you know, she's undercover, but the outdoor space is what's licensed because the school doesn't necessarily give you access to the indoor space. I will say where we have procurement, education, department procurement stepping in, such like in Queensland and New South Wales, there's opportunities to work more closely with school infrastructure.
Yeah, all of your answers are making me think of more questions. and the one that comes to mind is we hear a lot about childcare deserts. And in a lot of those environments where there are childcare deserts, there are schools there. And so at the very least, we could provide an after-school option for parents of school-aged children if we didn't have these barriers. Do you have any work or insights on that piece?
My understanding, and please don't quote me exactly on the number, but I think there's about 39% of schools in Australia that don't have an OSH service. There needs to be some sustainability for that. We have a sector that has issues with the split shift work of workers, but then we have a whole career participants that like that flexibility within their day as well. But yeah, definitely having this ability for the schools to value these programs and really consider the education support outcomes that they deliver to children. And for Australia, I think more generally to understand how important OSH is in the life of children and families might remove some of these barriers.
Thank you. And then your submission also highlighted that higher regulation doesn't always automatically lead to better outcomes, noting the jurisdictions with higher minimum qualifications don't always consistently achieve stronger quality ratings. And I think Victoria has significantly high minimum ratings for USH staff, but New South Wales has more services that are rated as exceeding the national quality standard. Do you have any further insights into that, and does that experience suggest that simply mandating more structural requirements is unlikely on its own to deliver better safety outcomes? And also just sort of thinking about a couple of other witnesses today have spoken around, culture being an important element as well.
Yeah, look, in my opinion, I think the oversight and the culture within the organisation is essential. There needs to be the quality assurance within the staffing workforce that you have, and that needs investment, and that needs continual oversight as things change, I suppose, as well. So there's an importance around those frameworks that exist within the organisations as well. Having more qualified workers in the USH sector is not necessarily going to get you the best outcome when the qualification at the moment more readily aligns to the early learning sector as well. We're strong advocates for continuing to increase the availability of the diploma of outside school hours care, and also the Cert 3s and the Cert 4s being removed off scope for outside school hours care too. So we're really having to find the advocacy voice to get that pathway rebuilt in the education sector. I think it's incredibly important we look to where it does work. Our recommendation is to look at the Queensland model at the moment that has a mix of qualified and unqualified and working towards educators. We are working on the 1 to 15 ratio there. When you think about the school classrooms, they're probably 1 to 25, 1 to 30, and then when they're out in the schoolyards, vastly different ratios to that. Yeah. So ultimately, in my opinion, I think the 1 to 15 ratio works well in the OSH settings, and we need to continue to develop our workforce to meet the requirements moving forward.
Thank you. And my last question for you, you describe OSH as operating with variable attendance and activity-based programming on those school grounds. How do the operational realities affect the appropriateness of the ratios that you speak of compared to, more flexible risk-based supervision approaches? So, you might have, sort of more kids on a particular day, less kids on a day when, soccer training is on, or, particularly in a regional community where, certain activities are fixed on certain days?
Yeah, look, absolutely the retention and the quality of staff is what's really, really important. So having those educators that are there on the days that those children show up is a really important part of that. They get to know the children, they get to understand any triggers they might have, they really truly understand what their needs are. The worker retention payment to us has supported retention in our sector. It's a harder sector to attract staff to because of the part-time nature and the split shift nature of the job. We work really hard to make part-time and full-time roles within the organisation to stabilise that. And I think one of the important things to also note is those key educators and coordinators within a child's life at USH can be the ones that stay with them for the whole 6 years. And we've seen some amazing stories of how children have really navigated to that educator because their teacher might change or there might be some issue with, within the school classroom. But this knowing that person's there for them across their education journey in primary school is a really positive thing. So working on retention strategies and working on making sure we've got a stable and supported workforce. Previous speaker spoke about how this reform is affecting the health and wellness of our workforce. The USH sector is actually feeling that as well.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Kroll. And I don't know if you heard my questions to Why Australia earlier, if you were here or not. But
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I asked a question regarding where, and I say OSH, sorry, as a South Australian.
OSH, I can go OSH, USH.
Yep. When we talk about early childhood and the sector, we look at two key things: participation and workforce participation, particularly for mothers, but for all parents. And we also look at early childhood development, and the way you balance those two things often affects your view on the sector, your view on how things should be structured, funded, and the such like. There is a lot of research and evidence around the link between early childhood development outcomes and high quality preschool age care, and I'm just curious about where OSH care sits in that framework, in an ECD framework, where the benefits are, if you're aware of research on the role of OSH in early childhood development. And I mean, I think kind of anecdotally around, exposure to multi-age care and the benefits that can bring siblings together in care, some of the pastoral care and wraparound supports. But I'm interested in your perspective in the link between OSH and good early childhood development outcomes too, or childhood development outcomes.
Look, it's my opinion we need to do a lot more of this. We need more research. I've been talking to some of the professors at Griffith University that had a focus on outside school hours care as a focus of this research. It's very light in Australia. There's a lot of anecdotal research we do as organisations. And we need to step into working more closely, I think, with universities to codify that. When you look overseas at the extended education research that's being done, there's some absolute amazing research that shows how these moments before and after school link into the wellness and developmental capabilities of children. How we could ever in Australia look at how OSH supports NAPLAN results in schools or something like that would be, we can't do that at the moment. The cohorts within OSH in the general population are not large enough for that, but there definitely needs to be some more research. Any sort of reform, I think, needs to be linked to those types of outcomes. We would advocate that is the case. There's great anecdotal. Can I just give an example? We have some families that were having, very disrupted entry to school for all the grade 2s at a particular school. So the principal said, we want most of these children to come to USH in the morning and they can, do their wellness activities, get a good breakfast. So then, they've got the right nutrition before school. And then also get out some physical activity before they enter the classroom. That particular example, the principal found it profound how his teachers were then coping with those grade 2s because we utilised that time before school in that early childhood development lens rather than it be, you know, just time to get to school while mum or dad goes to work. So,
Well, like all care, it's not just babysitting, right?
Absolutely.
There's so much more.
So much, and I think the early learning sector has done an amazing job of that. The OSH sector now needs advocates and investment into looking at these research opportunities, because anecdotally, and I know I sound, you know, a bit focused on what we do here, but they are profound. They really do help children and families and schools.
Yeah. Thank you. And the anecdote you gave, I guess, answers the next question I have for you, but maybe you have some more, because I was really interested from your perspective what approaches you've seen within the OSH sector, where we see that, you know, those safe, engaging environments supporting the wellbeing and development of school-aged children, and those partnerships between an OSH and a school, and how they can be beneficial for kids, for teachers, for the whole school community.
Oh, absolutely. Look, unfortunately, in the majority of cases, I think we're seen as an adjunct, or I often say a poor cousin to school, in relationships where the principals are highly engaged. And I think you've got to remember too, the principals at the moment don't have any skin in the game around the NQF ratings or anything the services have either. So that's an opportunity to consider. But where you've got really strong partnerships and you use those times in the morning, and you have strong engagement with the teachers for certain children that need the additional support, you do see great outcomes. The afternoons, and once you start to really invest in the research around play pedagogy and looking at how children can develop relationships across age cohorts and step into community, OSH provides the most amazing opportunity for that in controlled, regulated, highly educative, you know, trained outcome spaces in school grounds that are deemed as safe for children too. And the more that we can add into the richness of that programming for those children, the better the outcome's going to be.
Thank you, Mrs. Crowe. I guess, you know, I think there's a real opportunity here, not just to celebrate where these partnerships are working well and where we're seeing these developmental impacts happening in practice, but also to look at the sector and the opportunity to strengthen those opportunities and strengthen the resourcing and capability within the sector to be thinking about, you know, how OSH can be used to incorporate nutrition outcomes in early childhood or childhood development, how it can be used to sort of further support your schoolwork and engagement at school and relationship building and all sorts of things. So a big opportunity there and really important work. So.
Nutritious breakfast as a start is a key.
Yeah, and even the cooking after school that they do. And, you know, when it's done well, you can see there's all these further touch points outside of a classroom setting for children to learn, grow and develop.
Yes.
In a way there's not time to.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but Dr. Jen Cartmel from Griffith University, she's just only Australia's first professor in outside schoolhouse care research. So we're connected with her, and we do what we can, not being a research organisation, we're a service deliverer, but I don't know if you've got the ability to extend.
I think we might have to have a
catch
look
up
and
with
see if
her.
we can hear from her.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mrs. Crowe.
Senator Hodgins, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for joining us today. In your view, are there specific advantages that come from being embedded within a school community or school site that are specific to safety? And I know we've heard a little bit about social and developmental aspects, but was there anything else you'd like to add?
Look, absolutely. The safety aspect is paramount. If those relationships aren't as strong as they can be, we can miss, you know, certain aspects of your child's development or what's going on within the family that might put them at risk as well. So the sharing of information between the school and the OSH provider is something we need to continue to get better at. I'd love to see it as being a component that is measured and possibly a requirement of the education's link with OSH. It would increase safety if we had more information, pertinent information about safety specifically and wellbeing, to ensure that children are safe within OSH settings. And, you know, an example might be a child leaves school incredibly heightened from an experience that happened within the classroom, and there'll be a runner in OSH, for example, and if we'd known that and that information had transitioned across, you could put greater oversight with our educators on that, but it's often that's not the case. The bell goes, the students come to OSH, of their own accord, except for sometimes the early years have the transition support, and we don't get that cross-pollination of information. It does happen in some settings, but it's not a requirement. So the more that we can codify these things into being something that has to be done, I think the better it is for the children and the families.
Yeah, thank you. In preparing for today, I discovered one of my colleagues was one of those runners from OSH. So.
Our team are very good at running. They do run.
In your submission, you described debates around public versus private models as a misdirection, and of course don't want to dismiss the important role that providers play in OSH, but just curious to understand why you believe ownership structure and commercial incentives have no bearing on risk management, safety, even if the margins are modest, and that's considering, I suppose, that we often see not-for-profits providing, like, more frequently meeting the National Quality Framework. For-profits have more high rates of serious non-compliance and operate often at minimum staffing levels. So I was just curious to understand a bit more about why you don't see that differentiation, and perhaps I think you described it as a baseless characterisation.
Yeah, look, I've had experience in both sectors, so I can it's both types of organisations, I should say. So, and I think we can't all be lumped in together with those types of comments, because it destabilises parents' trust in the organisation and also the partners you work with. It's around how you continue to regulate the sector and look at the good actors within the sector that are providing opportunities for ongoing investment. I know particularly in the OSHCA organisations, we invest heavily in systems and processes, in our workforce, in safety and quality, in initiatives that listening to Ella before too, that other smaller organisations without sophisticated fiscal capability can actually do. So I think it's wrong to couple everybody into that bucket when you're talking about profits and not-for-profits. It's very important to have the right regulatory oversight and lines of defence around how people operate. OSH is a very, very thin margin. You would not be in it if you weren't there for the purpose of for the children and the community, in my view. And I think we need to continue to focus on how regulatory requirements ensure providers are good actors within the sector. And it goes beyond the framework. There's things like we're talking about investment in research or investment in working closely with government around our experience. And I think the other thing I'd like to also say is we need to get more voice of parents into this conversation. We at Junior Adventures Group have invested in a particular platform that goes directly to parents, and we get lifetime feedback back from what's going on the ground. And I'm not saying that's the only thing that you can do, but a once a year survey of the sector of parents is not what we need. We need organisations and providers that are continually hearing from what parents are hearing, and that ongoing transparency piece will increase safety.
No, I think parents would appreciate the opportunity as well, and I suppose certainly not wanting to create like a rigid binary and between profit and not-for-profit, and recognise that there are good, high-quality for-profit providers. But I suppose just to interrogate the idea that ownership models, I think they do create different structural incentives. Some are extracting profit and others are just entirely reinvesting that. So do you know where an OSH provider is part of a corporate group, are profits distributed to shareholders or private equity owners? Is that what happens?
I don't know.
Perhaps on notice.
I'd have to take that on notice. No. Look, from my experience in our organisation, we invest in where quality and safety is required, and I've never had a problem with that being at the forefront of all our decision making, but I can take that on notice. Sorry, I'm not.
No, that's okay.
I run Junior Adventures Group, not
that's okay. It's a big
owners.
No, it's a big topic. Happy for you to take it on notice, and appreciate you appearing before us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you have taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 3rd of March? And thank you so much for your time and your evidence today.
Thank you for your time and commitment. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The committee will now suspend for lunch, and I'm just going to confirm if we'll return at 1:15 or 1:30. Have we heard back from the other witness? Okay, so then we will return at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. On the front project, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr. Caroline Crozer-Barlow, Chief Executive of the Front Project.
Martel Menz, Strategic Policy Manager, the Front Project.
Wonderful. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for the opportunity to appear today. The Front Project is a national independent organisation working to ensure that every child in Australia experiences safe, high-quality early learning. We aim to build systems that have warm, reciprocal relationships between children and the adults that are caring for them. And we think that those relationships really found the kind of successful development of children's brains and as they grow into their lives. Never has it been more important for us to think about how we build high-quality relationships into our early learning system than right now. So recent failures in the sector have caused real harm to children and families, and we know that there are many upset and frightened families sitting behind what has prompted this inquiry. From our perspective, the failures that prompted this inquiry aren't just isolated incidents. They reflect systemic weaknesses that have been allowed to persist and that we need to take action to make sure won't continue. So what do we know? We know children are safest and outcomes are strongest when they experience stable, trusting relationships with educators over time. What does that mean? We know high turnover, casualisation, reliance on agency staff and prolonged use of staffing waivers will weaken supervision. It will erode professional culture and it will reduce the likelihood that risks are acted on early. We've done research that shows that services rated exceeding the national quality standard invest in their people, and that's both for-profit and not-for-profit services. They pay fair pay, they invest in planning time, they provide access to professional development, and they invest in strong leadership. A strong centre director is really at the core of most happy and successful early learning services. These are not luxuries, they are the foundations of quality and safety. However, and quite unintentionally, I think, our current policy settings push the system in the opposite direction. They push against the idea of investing in relationships and they push towards the idea of occupancy and efficiency, encouraging a transactional practice that can really prioritise profit over time and prioritise profit over stability in relationships. At the heart of the problem, I think, is that we have an ECEC sector that isn't operating as a system. So on the one hand, we have responsibilities for funding sitting somewhere here, and we have responsibilities for regulation sitting somewhere here, and responsibilities for workforce and quality sitting nowhere. And I think what we need to do is we need to think about how do we bring these things together to be more systemic. I want to applaud education ministers of all different colours, states and territories and the Commonwealth for taking some really strong first steps. I've been in the sector a while. I think they are taking this more seriously and acting with more purpose than I have seen in my sort of 7 or 8 years around the blocks. I think that the reforms they've put in place are important foundations, but they aren't enough. And what we're missing is a National Early Childhood Commission or someone who is in charge, someone who makes sure that we have enduring national leadership and accountability. Such a body would establish clear roles and responsibilities across the system, ensuring they're coordinated, transparent and enforceable. Lifting quality and safety means that we need better alignment between our funding and the outcomes that support stability in relationships. At the moment, we put money out into the system and we don't ask for an awful lot back. It means supporting services to lift quality, not just allowing the market to put low quality services out of business, because low quality services have children in them while they're low quality. It means investing further in our workforce, ensuring leaders and educators have the conditions they need. I'm particularly interested in questions of conditions, because conditions are what allow educators and leaders to have the emotional regulation, the brain space to do the kind of high quality relational work that we know is required for good early childhood education. Child safety can't rely on goodwill or good luck. It depends on intentional system design that puts children's wellbeing at the centre. And so thank you for listening to me and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. your submission notes, and you've just spoken now in your opening statement around the structural risks and how they translate into measurable differences into children's safety and wellbeing. And if you could sort of give me a little bit of sort of detail on how you would prioritise the top three reforms and what we need to do, but with a strong lens on the loss of trust in the sector and how can we most directly prevent abusers from entering the system in the first place, and then finding a way to find out about them faster than we have been to date.
Yeah. So I think it's really interesting. I saw some market research that talked about how families who have children in ECEC actually have slightly higher levels of trust than families who don't have children in ECEC. And I was reflecting on that kind of cognitive dissonance. And I think it has something to do with the fact that families who are dropping their children off at ECEC every day often have a really good relationship with the educator that they're dropping their child off with, right? And so when I think about how do you rebuild trust in a sector, I think you rebuild trust through investing in the educators that are, of course, the exact conduit between the family and the sector. And so I was heartened, for example, to hear a centre director tell my colleague that families are coming around now and asking not kind of how shiny is your new room or have you got the latest, computer gadget toy. They're asking how frequently are we going to have the same staff? Like, what's your staff turnover rate? So I think when I think about investing in the sector, I think the investment in ensuring workforce stabilisation is really important. And it's important because it restores faith from families. It's important because it's good for children's development. And it's also important because the behaviours of predators is clearly aligned with looking for gaps in supervision. They are taking advantage of discomforting cultures in raising questions. I spoke to a provider who was involved in the case in Queensland, and staff on the floor felt uncomfortable saying, "Isn't it weird how he disappears?"
And can you just, to that, did they give you any insight as to why they felt uncomfortable asking that it's weird? Because, for me, I would go, "Hey, where are you going?"
Absolutely.
And so I'd like to get an understanding of why there is that discomfort and what they perceive to be the consequence of raising a concern like that.
I'll get Martel to speak a little bit about this as well, but from kind of my million mile from bird's eye view, I guess sort of three things strike me. One, there's a distinct power imbalance between educators and leadership in the centre. And so often what you've seen sort of almost grooming behaviours of leadership, right? So that the predator might also act to kind of charm.
So the predator is often in a close relationship with like friendship.
Yeah, friendship with the
working relationship with the. With
people in power, or might be able to imply that. So there's a kind of question around that. Two, I think there is also a question of how do you know what you don't know? Like, I might think it's weird that someone's walking off, but if you're a new into the sector trainee and you haven't had excellent amounts of supervision and sort of teaching you what the proper routines are in this service, then I think it can also be hard to spot and say those things. I think I will hand over to Martel now, who I know has much more experience kind of in the operational realities.
So I have been an early childhood teacher myself in the very distant past, but I still remain connected to many educators and teachers working in rooms on floors. So I think, to pick up on Caroline's points, a lot of it does come back to the culture of the whole centre and the team and leadership setting the standard, whether that's from the highest levels right through to mid-level management, to centre directors and managers, so that the whole team have that really strong culture of child safety training, reporting. They know what to be looking out for. But in practice, what that looks like is that every day there are strong supervision practices, good levels of staffing. People aren't just relying on the bare minimum ratios and being really stretched thin or being pulled and pushed across different parts of the centre. Those teams are stable, people work together closely, they get to know one another as co-workers, and so that trust and has been developed within those teams and within those cultures.
Okay. So then, in your view, what does that good practice and good culture look like for risk-based monitoring between formal assessments? And I know the comments that you've just made. Like, how should regulators check in more effectively without creating a purely paperwork-driven model? Because then that creates its own issues where it can just become a box-ticking exercise.
So I think we can't just rely on regulation to build culture. So I think that's the kind of fundamental challenge here. Regulation establishes a minimum, but actually a culture of continuous improvement and quality improvement, it's very hard to wedge that in with a regulator, because your regulator is of course responsible for telling you off. So it's often quite hard to be in a kind of vulnerable, here's where I'd like to improve, how could I improve on this, learning relationship with your regulator. And so I think you've really hit on the challenge that we have here, is that currently in the system, there is no level of government or part of government whose job it is to work with centres to improve their quality. So we have in states and territories, some of the preschool interventions are quality improvement interventions, and they will put sort of staff out into long daycares or into kinders to kind of do coaching and do that kind of thing. In some states, so New South Wales and South Australia spring to mind, they fund a CEQA to go and do some quality improvement in some really edge case, quite poorly performing services. And that's, like, to me, that's almost regulatory. For the middle group, we all know that if you're in a workplace and the person who is really good at kind of keeping everything ticking in the kitchen leaves, you all suddenly end up fighting, and there's like a whole bunch of kind of drama that happens in a workplace, right? Human enterprises require constant tending, they require a constant attitude of improvement, and at the moment we leave that to providers. And some providers are very good at that, and some providers don't know what they don't know, and some providers don't care. And so to me, it's this missing middle of quality improvement. I've been quite encouraged. Queensland has put in place a program around supporting educators to manage challenging behaviours. And that's not just in their preschool or their kindy programs, that's thinking about the full long daycare operations. And so that's thinking about, where do we know there are services with lots of inexperienced educators who we know have trouble with challenging behaviours, and challenging behaviours often is then associated with what you call the rough handling kinds of incidents. So if a child is having a tantrum and if you have an inexperienced educator, then you see those rough handling incidents go up. So part of their prevention is a quality improvement program on and supporting services to build in opportunities to grow their ability to manage challenging behaviours. I think the challenge is we don't have a systemic approach to that, because it's actually no one's job at the moment in government. The Australian government doesn't think it's its job. The states and territories don't think it's their job.
Okay. And that sort of leads me to this question before I hand the call over to the Deputy Chair. So you welcome reforms noted in your submission that expand cross-jurisdictional information sharing and strengthen consequences. What specific information do you think should be shared? Between whom and on what triggers? So should it be whether it's a substantial complaint? Should it be a repeated breach? Should it be staffing waiver patterns? Or should it just be, some other form of baseline information that can be useful across jurisdictions? What are we looking for here at a minimum, and then as a best practice perhaps?
So I think there's two kinds of information sharing. There's kind of the incident-based identified information sharing, and I know that the Commonwealth and the states and territory regulators are working very hard to better share about incidents that are happening and the things that they're aware of on each basis. Other people are better placed to provide advice on that. The thing I am really interested in, and that we have produced some reports on, is much more that question around the patterns. You talked about waiver patterns. I think there is a lot of data in our system that we could use to get much better intelligence about what are the features of high quality or low quality services. Not what their regulatory, like not what their ASEQA, NQF rating is, but for example, if I took a stab in the dark, I would say if you took the National Workforce Census data, which is incredibly rich data, it's literally every educator in a CCS subsidised service every 3 years, we know exactly what's happening there, and you cross-reference that with incident data and with quality data, I suspect you would find patterns that said stuff like you have higher rates of incidents in services where you have people who haven't been in the sector for as long. Or there's a tipping point at which you have so many junior staff, you start to see increasing rates of incidents. Or you need to have a certain number of experienced people in the service when you start to really see quality outcomes or turnover. And I think I can take guesses at that, but actually I think the most important thing is that we look at the data and try to identify the patterns, and then not with a rule, but actually we go to providers and say, look, this is what we see as the highest performing practice. And that is information that corporate boards are interested in. That is information that not-for-profit management committees are interested in. And at the moment, we're not equipping anyone with that information about, we've got 11,000 data points. We've got 11,000 services. We could go and find out what is working, what is not working. And that both helps people do improvement, and then it also helps you hold people to account when they don't invest in that improvement. So if you're still running a lot of services with very, very many trainees, high number of casual staff, high number of visa holders, then I think you would be less able to say, we didn't know there was a safety issue coming. Of course there's a safety issue coming. We can see it in the data. So that's the sort of thing we're interested in.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence today, and indeed your much bigger and broader contribution to the work in the sector and what you've done in South Australia as well with the Royal Commission. I just wanted to take you back to some of the evidence you gave to the Chair before regarding that missing middle. Yeah. Whose job should it be? I mean, is the ideal outcome here that we see greater harmonisation between state and territory governments on actually going in and providing those kind of quality improvement opportunities? Or do you see a new role for the federal government in doing it?
So, Senator, I am a public servant by DNA, even if I'm not a public servant now. And so I'm kind of agnostic, right? I think either of those things could work. You have to make a choice. So I come from a state public service background, and the state public service has in its favour a subsidiarity principle. They are closer to services. They tend to already have regional offices through departments for education. And so you can certainly see how you could build out a quality improvement infrastructure using state departments. Victoria already has a very well-developed one. Commissioner Gillard, in her Royal Commission for South Australia, has recommended the establishment of one in South Australia. So that's one version. Equally, there could very well be a version where the Commonwealth does it. And we've seen that the Commonwealth does have service delivery footprints through things like Services Australia and would have an ability to do that. Likely it would probably do it through contracting to things like inclusion agencies, right? To me, it's less about who does it. It's more about someone saying, it is my job to do it. And probably the best of all worlds would be that the Commonwealth would pay for it and the states and territories would deliver it.
Now you're really speaking like a South Australian.
I really am. But let me say, Senator, the reason why I like that is not so much just because, of course, I come from a mendicant state, but because I think there's an accountability in that. And so one of the things that I think has been missing in the system over the last 15 years has been accountability. We've had the Commonwealth putting a lot of money into the sector, and the states haven't been accountable to the Commonwealth for delivering on a state and territory regulatory system because they didn't have any resourcing or relationship with the Commonwealth over that. The ending of the National Partnership on Quality Improvement really removed the mutual accountability. So maybe the states and territories could pay the Commonwealth to deliver it and you could still have accountability, but I think that's the key.
I mean, this is a good and interesting point because the National Quality Framework provided that Commonwealth leadership, harmonisation model, but the implementation at the state level, where, as you say, there are kind of existing architectures which could be rounded out and built on, some states doing it already or about to, and others not. So I guess, is within that kind of model, do you think it would be effective to reach that missing middle with the right degree of leadership and buy-in from the states and territories?
I do. Okay. And I think the states and territories are experimenting with it in their preschool systems anyway. Queensland's Kindy Uplift program is, I think, a real toe in the water on trying to deliver this. So I think you're starting to see more and more of states and territories leaning into this, but they won't go past 3 and 4-year-olds unless they are encouraged, because long daycare is not their thing.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And I just think it's important as we think towards our recommendations where we're placing them too, because it is, that there are different layers of government with very kind of clear responsibilities here and clear opportunities for improvement, and also modelling in other states and territories of best practice models too. I have a big question and a small question, so I might do the small question first and then we can be cut off with our big question when we run out of time. But my small question is, we've had some conversations today around the idea of expanding access of Commonwealth subsidies and Commonwealth funding to unregulated care models, so models like nanny support or other forms of unregulated care. We've heard today that that can be incredibly risky because of the lack of oversight of those sorts of models of care, and there's, I guess, big question marks for me of how you regulate that sector, and also kind of regulate it in the context of putting large amounts of federal government money into it. I'm interested in your perspective on that, and that, I guess, trade-off between oversight, quality, government investment, and how it looks in unregulated care.
Look, maybe if I can start where I began, the Front Project's view is that high-quality relationships between children and the people caring for them are incredibly important. And so, for example, when we hear about grandparents looking after children, I think, that's wonderful, right? Like, of course, that's a high-quality relationship between a child and their grandparent. What that makes me think about, though, is what happens when you introduce money into relationships? Because then I think, or maybe you could pay grandparents, but as a public servant, I think, am I going to be able to stop at grandparents? Maybe I wouldn't be able to just say only grandparents, so maybe I'd be paying for family friends. And then I think about all of the challenges that we had with fraud in family daycare back in the early 2000s, right? So from a practical perspective, I kind of think, that seems very challenging. I also think about what it is that government is trying to buy with its money. So one of the ways of describing what's happened in ECEC over the last 15 years is to say that the Commonwealth put a lot of money on the table by way of a voucher, but didn't put a lot of money on the table by way of a system. So it didn't fill in the gaps, right? It didn't make sure that there was supply everywhere, so we had childcare deserts, nor in fact did it make sure that there wasn't too much supply, which we know happened in some places. It didn't make sure that we had enough workforce, and as we've got to the edges of our workforce capacity, we've seen the quality and safety challenges of not investing in workforce. It didn't make sure there was enough money for inclusion. And as we've just discussed, it didn't make sure that there was enough money for quality. So I think about putting money on the table. If the purpose is to encourage high quality relationships, then I would think there are other places where you could spend that money first, not least paid parental leave. I think a substantial expansion on paid parental leave would have a number of really supportive benefits, both including high quality relationships for children with their parents in that first year. Also, it would reduce demand on workforce in ECEC because the higher ratios of baby rooms really require more workforce for that. So I sort of think if you're going to invest in relationships and you're thinking about alternatives to ECEC, it feels like there's lower hanging fruit that is much less risky in terms of fraud and in terms of safety, as you say, in the form of paid parental leave.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, that answered my question. I guess my bigger question is, you would have heard me say before, probably many times, that if we were designing our early childhood sector today, it would look nothing like it does. There's no way that this is a system you would build on purpose and by design now, right? So we have a system that we are trying to work with based on decades of investment by different parties, different things happening in different states and territories, a role for for-profit provision, a role for community and council-based provision, and just a development of a sector in a way which wasn't very thoughtfully targeted around early childhood development.
Yes.
But it is a system we have, and so now progressive governments are looking at that system and trying to work out what we do to make it better. In your submission, you talk a bit about potential possibilities for needs-based funding model for ECEC, and I'd like you to expand on that. But also you talk about strengthening market entry and oversight, and doing that in a way to ensuring that those new entrants to the market have stronger governance, better financial probity, compliance records, and I suppose are fit and proper to be operating in a space of extreme vulnerability, but also extraordinary policy potential when it comes to early childhood development. So that's a big question. I'd like you to try though, and then if there's anything supplementary you can provide to us after, I'd really appreciate it too.
We definitely will. And I'm grateful for you linking the two, Senator, because I think the prospect of needs-based funding, of paying loadings for children with factors that require them to have a higher intensity of adult support or kind of a more enriched environment, which costs more, which is what we do in schools. The prospect of needs-based funding will change the market provision. So it will make it more attractive for providers to go into more disadvantaged areas, right? And so the question for me of how do you make sure it's the right providers and right-minded providers going into those areas becomes even more acute when you think about needs-based funding. So I appreciate you linking those two. In terms of needs-based funding, I think what we know from school systems and irrespective, not even thinking about kind of the Gonski funding arrangements, all public school systems invest more money in putting more staffing, more resourcing into schools experiencing disadvantage. And that's a recognition that it costs more. You need a greater intensity of support for children who have greater needs. And those needs might show up as behaviour challenges. They might show up as a need for additional allied health support. They show up in all sorts of ways, but we recognise it costs more to educate and care for children who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. At the moment, we have a system in ECEC where the highest income services are in the highest SES services, and that just reflects the nature of a subsidy, right? That the sort of subsidy goes to the hourly rate cap, and then families who can afford to pay more get more, and that's perfectly fine. Like, it's, my kids went to a very nice high income ELC. We don't have a way of providing extra funding to our lowest income services, which is why you see childcare deserts in our poorest areas, and why provision in those lowest areas is predominantly not-for-profit. A needs-based funding model which sort of attracted loadings to particular kinds of children would, of course, enable those services to spend the money better. Would enable those services to provide a richer service to those children. For example, in South Australia, when I worked at the Department for Education, I was in charge of OSH, and we had real trouble keeping our out-of-school hours care open in our lowest SES schools, because the kids were rowdy and we couldn't keep our staff in those areas for the amount of funding that was going there. And so we started trying to think about how do you provide extra resourcing to those areas. I have a view that needs-based funding could be provided either by way of cash or it could be provided by way of actual supports. So you don't necessarily have to give cash to the services. You could give coaching. You could give cash for the purposes of professional development and planning time. You could give it in a variety of different ways, and states and territories have experimented with that. I think it's important to actually just see what works. But the evidence is reasonably clear that to deliver a higher quality service, you are going to have to invest more in things that cost more. Did that answer your question?
It scratched on it.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it did, but these are big questions, right? They're kind of existential questions for the sector and the way it looks and the way, if we're moving towards universality, what that looks like, the work of the Productivity Commission, and also how we reframe the model we have into something more fit for purpose. So I appreciate all the thinking you do on this and your submission. I guess I have to say that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for being here today and for your ongoing briefings that you offer all sides of politics. I'm very grateful. Just to begin with, can you walk us through what you think has contributed to the prevalence or dominance of for-profit providers in the long day care system and the implications that you think that this does or doesn't have on quality and safety?
Yeah. So we produced a piece of research with Mandala Associates at the sort of end of last year, which talked about what has happened over time. And so what has happened over time is that you've seen essentially very little by way of expansion of not-for-profit provision and a lot of expansion of for-profit provision, particularly in areas of sort of medium to high SES areas where there is money to be made in the business model. You have also seen, and there was some interesting data in gentrifying areas, you have seen those for-profit services squeeze out not-for-profit services. So there has also been some loss. So really the question of why have we ended up in a sector where 70% of the market is for profit, partly it's a positive result of the fact that we have invested more money in early childhood education and care. There's lots of demand, and so the system has grown to meet it. Who has been willing to take on the capital risk of growing? That has been the for-profit sector. The not-for-profit sector, there's sort of two different flavours, I guess, of the not-for-profit sector. The kind of community-managed not-for-profit sector tends to be very locally connected to community and not very interested in expanding. If you're a mum on a parent committee, which I was, I wasn't particularly interested in a $4 million expansion proposal to buy a new service next door. So there's a kind of inherent limit in the kind of management committee of community model of ECEC, although you see the great work of organisations like CELA and kind of helping to kind of promote the growth of that model. In terms of organisations of the sort of bigger not-for-profits, of course, Good Start being a kind of almost an outlier in that way, but Uniting Communities offers some services, the Y offers some services. What you'll see is that they are much more conservative in their application of capital, and also they're much less willing to take a bet on a service working or not. And I think there's something about risk appetite that is challenging in this space, because I said in my opening statement, your risk appetite when you're opening a donut store is like, maybe people don't buy donuts and my donuts go stale. If you open a ECEC service that doesn't work well, there are children in that service. And so I think there's something about the risk appetite for not-for-profits that is different. I always remember my community-managed ECEC wouldn't open its baby room because we just couldn't get the right staff, and it took 6 months of me being on the board and pestering and helping get the right staff, and then my baby got a spot in that baby room, which was very exciting. But it was like that commitment to quality impedes expansion.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just thinking reflecting on my own position on our community run centre and how even a renovation took a lot of extra hours of thinking and planning and and so maybe to consolidate what I think you've expressed in earlier answers, is it fair to say that you think that the CCS requires a fundamental rethink in how it's applied to, I suppose, properly address the market settings that it has created?
Again, I am more of a public servant at heart than maybe, so I think you can build on, to Senator Smith's point, you can build on anything, right? But I think a solely voucher-led model is not going to fill the gaps that we have discussed. So I can imagine a world where you completely get rid of childcare subsidy, and that would be a world in which you get some good things, but you'd need to worry about risks. The primary risk, of course, being that government doesn't put enough money on the table to make it a high quality service, which is the challenge. I can also imagine a world where you keep something like the childcare subsidy and you add in a needs-based loading and you add in a property fund. I think the government is already along these paths as it happens, and you add in funding for workforce. So I think there are different approaches to it. I'm an empiricist enough to say, actually, you should see what works.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. You said before that there's no level of government currently tasked with improving quality. And I know you said earlier that you're somewhat agnostic towards a specific solution. But can you tell us a bit more about how a hypothetical ECEC commission, such as you referenced in your opening, could improve quality and safety in the system, as was the recommendation of the Productivity Commission?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Productivity Commission model of an ECEC commission is quite a high-level commission that doesn't involve direct regulatory powers. It involves a convening power of bringing states and territories in the Commonwealth together, and it involves the publication and the analysis of system-wide data and the kind of patterns that we were talking about before. I think probably that wouldn't do enough, but that's okay because the Productivity Commission didn't just recommend an ECEC commission. It also recommended substantial investments in inclusion funding, in workforce and in quality improvement. So I think all of the things come together in that context. The fastest way to drive quality improvement, in my mind, would be the version of a commission that we touched on with Senator Smith, which would be to say the Commission oversees an agreement between the Commonwealth and the states and territories where the Commonwealth funds a substantial improvement of quality improvement apparatus starting in highest impact areas. And the Commission is responsible for overseeing and assessing the impact of those interventions. It provides that accountability function. So there's something similar in schooling with the National School Resources Board, but that's a much more, it's a much less active board, and it has much less scope to kind of go and understand what's happening on the ground in each of the school systems, largely because the states and territories aren't super open about what's happening in the school systems. But I think you could imagine an ECEC commission whose job it is to spend time looking at all the data of what's happening in the system, hearing from the stakeholders, and then providing a scorecard of how well are the states doing in delivering what the Commonwealth has asked them to do on quality improvement.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And just to bring the two together, I suppose, do you think the type of reform you're speaking about and a reimagining of the CCS to address quality and safety concerns could be possible without the existence of some, knowing the landscape as you know it, without the existence of some sort of commission to oversee that transformation?
It would be challenging because it would take if the Commonwealth chose to do it on its own, it would take a long time to build up the capability within the Commonwealth, and it would be without some kind of obligation placed on the Commonwealth, it would always be possible for it to walk back from that. So there's something about the mutual accountability of a commission for me that it's holding to account the investment in the system, and that the states and territories and the Commonwealth are both being brought to accountability.
Yeah, thank you. In your submission, you note that the Commonwealth withdrew $61 million in joint regulatory funding in 2018, just as the sector was expanding ownership structures, becoming more complex. What impact do you think this decision had, and how important do you think joint regulatory funding is to improving safety in the system?
And I would let me say what I know my Department of Education colleagues would say from the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth withdrew from funding the states and territories portion of the regulatory funding, but put money into a CEQA, right? And so for me, it also, I would argue, didn't put as much funding into a CEQA as it had been going to put into states and territories, but that's a matter of some dispute. The primary function that was lost was the mutual accountability. So previously, the Commonwealth had a stake a financial stake in the performance of states and territory regulators, and the states and territories had a stake in the performance of ASIQA. And what happened with the dissolution of the National Partnership on Quality is everyone went to their corners. And so ASIQA became heavily reliant on project funding to maintain its ongoing activity, which I think is hard for an organisation that's trying to hold a kind of pseudo-regulatory function. And the states and territory regulators, as the South Australian Royal Commission found, in some cases were just wildly underfunded. So it's the loss of mutual accountability that I find particularly challenging in the national partnership dissolution.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Are we doing rounds, or should I? No. I can keep going for a little longer. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Your submission cites that 74% of enforcement actions since 2015 involve for-profit services, which I think is pretty disturbing. But can you explain what you think contributed to this number?
So it is an overrepresentation of for-profit services. So it's not quite as wildly overrepresentative as it sounds, of course, because I think 60% odd of the total provision is for profit, so it's an overrepresentation, but not as wildly disproportionate as it sounds. I think the challenge is that as all of the kind of data from the ACCC report, the Productivity Commission report, and the South Australian Royal Commission show, is that while there are high quality for-profit providers, there are proportionately more lower quality for-profit providers. And when you dig into that a little bit more, so the Jobs and Skills Australia report, I think we cite it in our submission, for example, talks about how for-profit providers are more likely to use casual workforces, they're more likely to pay closer to the award wage, they're more likely to have higher levels of turnover. All of those things feed into quality and safety. The thing that I think is really important is that we build out a more nuanced language than for-profit and not-for-profit. So I think one of the things the Royal Commission in South Australia did was we looked at small, medium and large size providers. I think there are some really interesting pieces of work underway at the moment thinking about how much does the kind of ownership structure drive the incentives. So I think to get to the heart of your question, you will have greater enforcement actions where the primary purpose of the operator is to make money than when the primary purpose of the operator is to provide a high quality service. And so it's how do you drive a system that discourages the entry into the market of those people and that provides really good information for the people who are in the market about what high quality provision looks like.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and look, I know we're finishing up shortly, so I'll just ask one more question and then maybe put a couple in on notice. Can you please elaborate on how workplace stability contributes to child safety and how instability contributes to safety risks? And I'd specifically like to know what levers you think are available to the Commonwealth that to improve the stability that it's not using right now, like the idea of mandating large for-profits to invest surplus profits back into paying conditions, or any other ideas that you've got.
I'm going to throw to Martel for this.
Yep, okay. We've recently conducted some research and looked at all the data around this issue of workforce instability, and where it does show up in the sector, and there is definitely that connection between less stable teams of staff and higher prevalence of both incidents and issues in centres, together with lower quality, national quality ratings. There, as Caroline has mentioned earlier today, we have a significant amount of publicly available data that when we bring it all together, we can get a really rich picture of what's happening in each and every early childhood centre across this country. And so when we've looked at that data, what we've identified is that centres that do have higher rates of turnover, higher rates of casualisation, lower pay, poor conditions, skewed towards a more inexperienced cohort of staff, not that balance of experience and mentoring with the graduates. where the staff don't have time to plan and reflect on their early learning programs that they're implementing. It's like a perfect storm in effect when none of those things are planned for intentionally by directors and providers. That's when things start to fall apart. And so with all of that data available to us, we know where policy levers and investment could be made. So it's not a case of instantly penalising those centres that aren't quality. Initially, it should very much be focused on how do we lift the quality? How do we work out who is a genuine provider, who is in it for the right reasons, as Caroline mentioned just before, who is there really to care for and educate young children so they do get the best outcomes possible, and who's in it just to make a quick buck out of the subsidy. And so I think there are these really rich opportunities to harness that data, get to the bottom of it, and talk to people in services. They're the experts. So actually, consulting with service providers, staff, centre managers and directors to find out what do you need, what is not happening currently that puts you in this vulnerable circumstance which may expose children to safety risks and incidents. What is it that you need to significantly lift your quality, and so that ultimately we do get those better outcomes for all children. And if you're not in it for the right reasons, and if you're not interested in that kind of quality uplift, then I think it's fair for people to question whether you should remain in the sector providing an early learning centre service or not.
Thank you so much. And if there are specific policy levers in addition to what you've said, please do pop them in on notice. But I really am very grateful for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 3rd of March?
Thank you so much, Senators.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Centre for Policy Development. Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
So I'm Catherine Oborn. I'm the Director at the Centre for Policy Development.
And I'm Adelaida Soltysik, and I'm a Senior Advisor for the Centre for Policy Development.
Thank you. I now invite you to each make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. CPD is an independent, not-for-profit policy think tank. For many years, we have been working on practical policy solutions to ensure all children and families have access to high-quality, accessible, equitable and affordable early childhood education and care. Recent safety concerns have rightly focused attention on quality and safety, and we know that immediate safety measures are important steps to close gaps in the system. However, our submission emphasises that these issues cannot be addressed through compliance alone. They reflect deeper system design problems. The ECEC system is not fit for purpose and not currently delivering the outcomes we need or that children and families deserve. We know that quality is not high enough and high quality services are not fairly distributed. The share of services rated exceeding the national quality standard has fallen significantly since 2018, and children in more disadvantaged and remote communities are far less likely to access the level of quality most strongly associated with improved outcomes. Market dynamics mean that, exceedingly, only those with the highest capacity to pay are being provided with higher quality services. A universal high-quality ECEC system cannot rest on the fact that most services now meet the baseline. It must create the conditions for a growing share to achieve and sustain high quality. Workforce challenges are a central part of this. Pay, conditions and career structures affect retention and service quality. A stable and high-quality educator workforce is critical for the quality of services and viability of providers. It is the cornerstone of a quality service. In addition, challenges with a funding model that can incentivise providers to put profit over investment in workforce and outcomes for children, rapid sector growth and no clear vision or system goals are also driving quality challenges. This is why we believe the inquiry should focus on the broader system reforms we need today to build a system Australians can rely on for generations to come. CPD's submission sets out a practical pathway to a high-quality, equitable and universal ECEC system where safety and quality are built into the system's design. At the centre of this vision is a shift in how we treat ECEC. It should be understood as core social infrastructure alongside schooling and healthcare. Our submission offers a long-term vision that will take many years. However, the government can start now by taking immediate steps to put the foundations of a new system in place. Existing government reforms, including the workers' retention payment, beef funding, removal of the activity test and the service delivery price project, provide great steps of which further actions can be built. These include investing in workforce, so building on recent pay reforms. Government should continue strengthening conditions, career pathways and professional development because workforce stability is fundamental to quality and safety. Building quality supply, so that's encouraging the expansion of high quality providers. Greater government stewardship and clear Commonwealth and state roles and responsibilities. So that means government having a more active role in the market, greater coordination and actively supporting services to lift and sustain quality. And finally, moving from a subsidy funding model to an entitlement model. So that means government funding providers directly to tie funding to system objectives. And this can be built over time with needs-based funding as a great place to start. Together, these steps begin the transition to a system intentionally designed to deliver high-quality outcomes for all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Osborne, did you have comments? Okay. I'm just stepping into the chair in Senator Kavasic's absence, and I'll kick us off with a few questions. I'm interested, where should we start? I want to go to the part of your submission which looks at sort of system stewardship and leadership. And I note your submission calls for a range of actors within the ECEC architecture to take on that stewardship role. I think you say rather than putting all of that on sort of one individual or one part of the sector. Can you talk us through your ideas of how we get that greater level of stewardship at all levels across the ECEC system?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we've really looked at is to say that one of the challenges that we have is that there are a mix of roles and responsibilities across Commonwealth and state governments and across with providers. And obviously we know many of the limits of the market-based system that we currently have, where the Commonwealth has been much more hands-off in the delivery of that system. And so what we've been talking about is we think a really important part of working towards and helping to steward this system moving forward is to be really clear about who is responsible for those particular parts of the system, and then thinking about how we get actors to work together. And stewardship doesn't mean that government has to do everything. There are, exactly as you said, there are a range of roles, and providers are part of that as well across the sector. So what we have suggested is that the Commonwealth would take primary responsibility for sort of the funding system and for that funding entitlement, and that states and territories would have a greater role in sort of the management and supporting service delivery within jurisdictions, given that they're closer to the ground that they often know their communities. We know that EC is often, they're really small sort of little markets. They can be tailored to their community, so really trying to ensure that that's closest to the ground. And so through having clearer roles and responsibilities to make that clearer, more helpful both for providers, for parents, for government, and part of that sits alongside that is the governance that then supports that. So looking at a new national partnership, because collaboration across all actors is really important, and really thinking about accountability as part of that, and also thinking about accountability for providers as part of that system as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Your submission also talks about the importance of attracting and retaining a quality workforce to improve quality and safety, and there's been a lot of work underway through the worker retention payment and other things to do that. But can I ask about your view around the paid professional development, which is part of that recent announcement of measures in the upcoming child safety training, which is now mandatory for the whole sector? What is your view of that, and what kind of contribution do you think that will make to quality, safety and overall improvement in the sector?
Yeah, so I probably defer to people who are sort of more have the pedagogical understanding of that as a particular measure. But what I do think is really important with having that recognised is that this is the first, or this is an opportunity where the workforce is actually being provided with CCS, so with funding to be able to engage in that professional development. And so I think that's a really important step, because we know the importance of professional development for staff. It can often be very hard for them to engage in that when they are obviously caring for children. They're doing their professional, fantastic work that they're doing every day. And so I do think it's a really important marker of the importance of professional development for this workforce, and ensuring we know, and you would have had people that have been speaking to you earlier today and at other hearings and the submissions that you've gotten, that the professionalisation, that they are a professional workforce. It is really important to invest in the skills and the capabilities, and to ensure that they do have that knowledge that they need to be able to do their job.
We've had a bit of a discussion today with various witnesses around, the idea of expanding access to unregulated care models, so things like nannies or other forms of unregulated care. We've heard from witnesses that this is risky, it's really difficult to oversight an unregulated workforce, and again, when we're talking about things which go to the upskilling of an existing workforce or paid professional development for an existing workforce, it's hard to see how you would also add on those layers of development in an unregulated workforce. I'm just interested in CPD's view on that, and the idea of expanding or extending Commonwealth funding and investment into unregulated models of care.
Yeah, so obviously there was a bit of media this morning, and I'm guessing that's been a question at the committee today, of really thinking about, because through all of this, so I'm a parent, parenting most days is pretty hard, it feels quite overwhelming, and so when choice can be offered, that's something that all parents really do want. But I think CPD's view is that to actually genuinely enable choice for families is investing in the universal service systems to provide a choice. So the first of that is paid parental leave. We advocate for 12 months of paid parental leave so that families can have that option of being home with their children for that full 12 months if they would like. And then building on that is ensuring that there is a universal high quality EC system there that families can rely on. So for many families like myself, my parents and my husband's parents do not live here in the States, so I don't have the option of a grandparent to look after my daughter. And so without having some sort of a universal system that provides a choice for parents, I think it really then does become that some people have a privilege of choice. As you've said, we really do think that universal offering is about high quality. It is about something that parents can then rely on. We know that there are many benefits to children engaging within the EC service that the education and development benefits that can come for children being part of that, having the opportunity to have developmental delays picked up earlier. There's a range of benefits to that. So that's where we think the priority should really be, is ensuring that you have those universal service systems available for all parents.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Hodgins.
I believe I'm next. Really appreciate you being here today. Your submission argues the system should move from a subsidy-based one to one where all children have a universal national entitlement to early childhood education and care, and that it should be free for low-income families and for highly vulnerable children up to 5 days per week. Can you talk us through the different funding model options and specifically how you think quality can be better built into those models?
Do you want to?
Yeah. So we do think that funding is a really important lever for government for quality, and that's why we, in our model in Growing Together, we really talk about moving from that sort of subsidy voucher-based system to one where government directly funds providers. And the reason for that is that when governments if government is able to fund providers directly, they can actually attach particular conditions on that funding, and those conditions can be around particular standards of quality, things like how much they should be paying staff, and so that really gives government much more oversight and understanding into where public money is going, and sort of holds providers more accountable over that public money. And the other part of our sort of funding model is which is the equity piece, which is around needs-based funding, because at the moment we have a very sort of uniform system where every child gets the same amount of subsidy, obviously subject to income supports, but it's not really based around sort of needs, whether it's socioeconomic needs or developmental needs. So building into our funding model, we would really hope to see some kind of needs-based funding as part of that transition into the entitlement model.
Thank you. And flowing on from that, would you say it's fair to sort of describe that ECEC should be described just like primary school and as an extension of high quality comprehensive education system? Is that consistent with what your view?
Yeah, so we would definitely describe it as, we would say it's an essential service.
Yeah.
And so all of our model is really based on that. It is, as we know, how important those early years are. So we know that like 90% of a child's brain, like the phenomenalness of that happening in the first 5 years of a child's life. And so where we can provide that education and care and support for children early on. And so we do certainly think that in the same way that you have access to a primary school, a public primary school, that families should be able to access early learning and care in that same way, that it should be high quality, that it should be accessible, that it should be affordable. And so our model, as you've said, there are different ways in which you can look at that affordability piece. So we obviously support more of a set fee model, which can still be income tested. It doesn't have to be a set fee, but that it is really thinking about how can we make it predictable and affordable for families so they know how much they're going to be paying and that they are able to access it, so that it isn't, like I've heard it described as, an additional mortgage payment that they're paying every time the child's accessing care.
Yeah, it's like private school fees. Thank you. You note that in the financial year 23-24, the CCS cost $18.2 billion, and rolling out free or low cost ECEC 3 days a week would cost an additional $7.2 to $11.5 billion. But the long-term cost savings of high quality ECEC would offset this cost. Can you talk a bit more about the cost benefits and who you think would benefit most from that universal high quality system that you're talking about?
Yeah, so in terms of I guess what we would say is that government already spends quite a lot of money on ECEC. So I think the recent ROGS report that came out said it was 20.8 billion spent on ECEC services, and we estimate, like you said, that once our model is fully rolled out, it would be about $7.2 to $11.5 billion extra. But if we do nothing, then we see the cost continuing to rise without actually improving accessibility, affordability and quality. So we already see that government spends a lot of money on ECEC, but we're not seeing the kind of quality and affordability outcomes that we would like to see. And actually moving towards a more direct provider funding model really gives government a bit more understanding and control over the amount of money that they're putting into the system, and it will give them a greater ability to understand the cost, to really plan ahead, and understand sort of setting prices and places and stewarding for better quality, as well as sort of tracking expenditure and actually tying those that funding to outcomes. In terms of then sort of the kind of future cost benefits, our research does show that the model would pay for itself in terms of the reduction of a lot of avoidable costs that we can see through things like reduction in health issues, reduction in welfare costs, reduction in crime rates and things like that. So, yeah.
So I think it's getting to you, Senator, really thinking about that ECEC for us is this really important preventative, as much as it is about ensuring parents can balance work and looking after their kids. There is also this amazing opportunity for us to invest in our children to actually get both better life outcomes for those children so that they are able to have more fulfilling and productive lives, but also to prevent further costs to government. So we have this amazing opportunity here to really invest that both has an immediate benefit for families, it has a benefit for children, and it has that longer term impact for the Australian society more broadly.
And presumably the workforce participation
absolutely,
of women. Yeah. So you have a report that notes decline in quality ratings since 2018, coinciding with the childcare subsidy introduction. Could subsidies be distorting the market and enabling lower quality providers to survive? Is that something you've concluded?
Yeah, I guess sort of the analysis that we've done kind of demonstrates that sort of some of the providers, the provider types that are more likely to be higher quality have a decreasing market share. So we don't just look at sort of not-for-profit and for-profit, but we look at the provider management types. So there's not-for-profit organisations and not-for-profit community managed services, which are often closer to the community, locally driven, and generate higher outcomes, and we are seeing that share is decreasing. Similarly, we're seeing not-for-profit organisations share increasing, while for-profit decreasing, while for-profit are increasing. And so that's not to say that all not-for-profits are high quality and all for-profits are low quality, but we are seeing a sort of, when we're thinking about the incentives of the system, we are moving towards a system that is predominantly for-profit, and those services are more likely to be a lower quality. So I think that really warrants looking into what kind of incentives does the CCS enable, and what kind of services, what kind of government stewardship do we need to actually enable those higher quality services to expand, because we're not really seeing that happening at the moment.
Thank you. And just finally, before I pass over to the Chair, does the Centre for Policy Development have a view on whether there should be something like a profit cap or requirements for-profit centres to reinvest surpluses back into services rather than to shareholders?
Yeah, so we definitely, and we talk about this in our submission and in our model, we are definitely supportive of price regulation as part of our bigger sort of vision and model of a new system, and I guess that goes to the idea of what is the incentive of a service? Is the primary purpose to make profits, or is the primary purpose to deliver better outcomes for children and families? And putting caps on profits or some kind of price regulation is one way to sort of disincentivize those providers that are coming into the system for maybe the wrong reasons.
Terrific. And if there are any others that you'd like to pop in on notice, please feel free to do so. But thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. Thinking through, and my apologies that I've been out of the room, so I haven't been able to hear, so you'll have to forgive me if I do repeat a question that you've already been asked. So, thank you. So, I'll just put my glasses on because I can't see what I'm doing. Perfect, thank you.
I've got one more as well.
Oh, do you want to do that, Chair? Oh, that would be great. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Again, thank you. Several of your recommendations relate to improved efforts around the inclusion of high needs groups, including children with a disability and also Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, also children from low income families, which we've talked a bit about today as well. I was hoping you could share with our committee your views on how better integration of programs would assist in all these efforts towards inclusion, and in particular the new Thriving Kids program, which will be delivered in school and ECEC settings.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd probably defer to some of the people who've done more work on thriving kids than we have at this point. But part of our model is certainly, particularly funding is a really important part of what you're talking about, is thinking through at the moment the CCS doesn't account for those additional needs as you've spoken about. And so to ensure that all children are able to participate, that they are included in services, it is important that that is recognised within the funding model to provide that high quality service that we want all children to have. So those elements that you have put forward absolutely are ones that we would advance as well.
Well, I mean, to be clear, the system does have funding for this kind of inclusion, but what you're saying is you'd like more funding or more targeted funding?
Well, I think what we would like is for it to be part of, rather than a programmatic response, that it is actually part of the funding model that is put forward.
In an integrated system.
In a much more integrated system in the way that you're talking about. So I don't disagree. You've got the ISP, that there's different funding pieces there, but we're wanting to ensure that that is more systemic, that it's done in a way that ensures that all children are able to access that funding, because that would be part of that delivery of a high quality system for them. And so I do think Thriving Kids is a really good example where there's this real opportunity for government to think about how it can really ensure that it is integrating and that actually it's part of lifting the quality of ECEC as we're supporting kids who are experiencing might be disability or developmental delays.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And again, forgive me if you've already been asked, but before expanding centre-based childcare access, what do you think would be some of the core non-negotiable sort of safety system changes that should be in place? Is it screening? Is it regulator powers? Is it information sharing? Where do you see that best practice to sort of sit at a base level?
So probably more of those sort of day-to-day in the service issues, I would defer to people that that's much more their area of expertise. So at CPD, we tend to focus more on sort of the sort of big systemic changes that we could look at. And so as part of what we think about is really lifting that service quality, because I think we want to both attract in new services that are high quality and we want to lift the quality of services that are there. And so workforce is one of the really big levers, I think, that is available to really focus on, as you would have heard from so many people, including ourselves, around paying conditions, around that professional development, around the culture that sits within that, investing in leadership within centres, that really lifting. And so when we're thinking about those sort of kind of system levers, workforce is a really important system lever. We do also think that there are some other important levers that government can think about. So there are things like government could consider how they might be able to best support services that are maybe are not meeting standard, right? So how could they provide more investment to lift those services? Or are there opportunities we know that a lot of the market is made up of smaller providers. Could there be opportunities to, offer sort of more of that curated kind of administrative support to services so that educators can be out educating children and not doing HR and those sorts of functions that they might be needing to do? So the work that we have done is probably less exactly the question that you have asked, but more thinking about some of those bigger system pieces that we think can shift.
Then thinking about sort of the bigger systemic sort of shifts or changes, many families are now talking about wanting flexibility around care for many different reasons, whether it's because of their location, whether it's because of different disabilities, or whether it's because of childcare deserts, a variety of issues, different types of in-home models, whether it's nannies or au pairs or shared sort of home-based care. And as I said, particularly for neurodivergent children, or for those parents that actually work shift work, that don't work sort of that 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. model. Does your preferred model sort of look at any of that, or has it considered that? And how do you think in having this system where we deliver quality, safety and equitable access, how do we actually do that while preserving genuine parental choice as well in something as fundamentally critical as caring, for their child?
Yeah, so we are supporters of parent choice. That is really important. Our position is that investing in those universal service systems is that foundational piece of guaranteeing choice for parents. So initially that's paid parental leave, I think, for the first 12 months to ensure that families can look after their children at home across in whatever way works for them for those first 12 months. And then investing in that high quality EC system, because for many families they might not have some of those additional options that you've mentioned. So ensuring that there is a choice is through that universal service system in the first instance. I think there could be opportunities for government to think about how that could be more flexible. But I think that to ensure that all families do have choice, that we do need that universal service offering. And then, when we talk about universality as well, universal doesn't have to mean uniform. It can look different for different communities. And where there are opportunities to be more flexible, we definitely think that could be explored.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any information or insights, and again this might be a bit more granular than the work that you've been doing, that an entitlement low fee model will increase supply fast enough in those deserts rather than simply increasing demand and wait lists, which could potentially occur? So how do we get that balance right? It's that whole same sort of demand and supply issue that we see with housing and other areas that have these same kinds of structural problems with access.
Yeah, so we haven't done the analysis particularly on whether our model would increase or decrease demand and supply, sort of indirectly is your question. But one of the first things that we think is really important is actually, as part of this stewardship role for government, is greater provision planning. So exactly going to your point of better understanding the supply, the potential demand that's out there, the actual demand that's out there, the supply that's there, and where can investment best be made. Yeah. Government obviously then knowing where can it be best to, new services might need to be set up, where there might be enough services within an area to really help think about what does that mean, and particularly for areas where there may not be enough supply, that might be an opportunity where government does need to step in and intervene. That again is that greater stewardship role of identifying where those equity gaps may be, and then coming in to be part of helping with that as a response.
Yeah. So I think from your submission I understand that you often engage with the mixed market design, and could you tell me what you would see as the minimum viable regulatory levers that lift safety without collapsing the 70% plus of supply that is for profit?
Do you want
Yeah, so I guess we would sort of, in terms of the kind of sort of funding model, the direct provider funding model. We obviously see that as something that needs to be built over time, and it can't just sort of switch on, switch off overnight. Providers need to be supported through that process and informed and given the right information to sort of make sure that they uplift quality and are able to kind of move into that new model. But the other thing, I guess, which we've thought about is, and it comes down to what my colleague Catherine was saying before, is that if we have that government stewardship and provision planning, those providers that might not want to operate under the new model, although and maybe shouldn't be operating under the new model because of things like profit incentives, government needs to be there to sort of support that transition to other services and support other potentially not-for-profit services from stepping into those roles and taking over some of those services. So yeah, I guess that's why our model isn't just the sort of funding model, it's got many elements, and that provision planning is intended to sort of make sure that supply doesn't suffer as a result.
Thank you. And then I think probably my last question would be around, I understand that you support price regulation and fee caps. How do we manage an environment then to avoid cost cutting or staff cuts, or the quality of staff becoming the lever which some institutional centres might use to manage that fee cap?
Yeah, so we certainly see that there's probably a couple of bits. So partly it is around the conditions that you attach to that payment. So being really clear what the expectation is for how that money is being used to achieve the outcomes and goals of the system, because this is a significant amount of money. So we're definitely wanting it to achieve the objectives that government is delivering. But we absolutely take your point, Senator, that it is really critical that whatever then the amount is that's being paid to services is to fund a high quality service and that it is being used in the right way. So another piece, we've also recommended that if you move to a model like that, that you would consider something like an independent pricing authority, that their role would be to ensure that services are being funded to deliver a really high quality service, that they understand cost, and the service delivery price piece that government's doing now, I think will be a really useful input into any future funding design to really better understand that cost and what it looks like.
Thank you. And that is no other questions from the Deputy Chair, Senator Hodgins-May. Thank you for your evidence today, and thank you for your time. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 3rd of March. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will suspend briefly. Thank you. I now welcome representatives, or the representative from the Parents Work Collective. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, Alana Batho, and I'm Director of Parents Work Collective.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. It's a privilege to be here today appearing before you. Parents Work Collective is a volunteer-run, not-for-profit organisation, and we advocate for the recognition of unpaid care work as essential economic and social infrastructure. Our submission asks the committee to consider what we call the care continuum, so looking at the different ages and stages of development of children through the 0 to 5 cohort, rather than focusing on that as a broad catch-all. Our submission focuses on two aspects of the terms of reference that are closely connected in our view. The first is quality and the second is choice and flexibility. The current system, as I think you've heard already, is fairly rigid and is obviously predominantly centre-based. It excludes some families, people who engage in shift work, families who live rurally, some families that have children with disabilities or special needs, and also parents who might be able to undertake additional paid work if more flexible care arrangements were available. We know that quality is really critical to ECEC achieving beneficial outcomes for children. What we have seen though is that there have been multiple major reviews and indeed lots of media reporting and evidence to the committee about persistent structural barriers that really challenge the ability of the sector to provide quality care. Things like high staff turnover and casualisation, workforce stress, heavy workloads, funding settings that reward occupancy over quality, and the preponderance of for-profits in the sector. These pressures make it difficult to consistently deliver the stable, responsive relationships that little children need. For children under 3 in particular, the evidence of benefit from attending centre-based care hasn't been really clearly established. And to say that in a slightly different way, the evidence of long-term benefits from universal access to ECEC, except for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, is equivocal for the under 3s. Some studies find no effect, some studies find positive effects, some studies find negative effects. It's a bit of a minefield in the research. We also know that findings for both positive and negative effects are often tenuous. They're fraught with design and robustness issues. They're unable to be translated to long-term or lifelong benefits, and sometimes they're politicised and contaminated by confirmation bias. What we do know well is that babies and toddlers really rely on attuned, responsive caregiving during a particularly sensitive developmental period. We know that that level of relational continuity is quite difficult to provide in group settings, and particularly when systems are stretched. In short, quality is challenging to deliver at scale, and particularly for the youngest children. So that leads to our central proposal, which is that Australia should provide families with genuine choice in how very young children are cared for, including the option of individual at-home care. So there are lots of different ways that this could be affected. One approach, as we've outlined in our submission, would be to extend the Commonwealth Paid Parental Leave Scheme to 12 months, and then to broaden the childcare subsidy to allow families of children aged up to 3 to choose approved in-home care by registered carers, which might include, for example, care by grandparents or nannies, provided that that carer meets certain minimum safeguards. And for children aged 3 to 5, in our submission we say priority should be given to funding really high quality preschool and kindergarten programs, ideally in a not-for-profit community-run sector. This kind of approach would, in our view, really support responsive care during the earliest years. It would reduce pressure on centre-based services, free up places for children who benefit most from group care, including disadvantaged children and older children, and it would provide greater flexibility for families who are currently locked out of the system. Early childhood education and care encompass more than centre-based services alone, and we urge the committee to consider the entire care ecosystem in its inquiry, both informal and formal care, and to take a broad view of the ways that the sector could be improved. We really must ensure that the sector offers quality and choice, and that the framework supports diverse, developmentally appropriate models of care. Thank you.
Thank you. One of your recommendations is that any expansion of the childcare subsidy should draw on the regulatory framework used for personal care workers in aged care or in the aged care sector, with specific lessons from the aged care regulatory model, and that informing an expanded CCS for in-home care, both in terms of what has worked well and what challenges have there been. What sort of parallels do you see there, if you could talk us through that?
I think a good one is registration on a national register, which is, as I understand it, being rolled out as we speak for educators in the ECEC sector. And so something like a family carer, registered carer, having to be listed on something like that adds a layer of oversight and regulation to that kind of workforce, the informal workforce. Things like minimum, an agreement about minimum standards or minimum qualifications, recognising that the informal care workforce, if we can call it that, is quite different to, the formal ECEC sector. It could still include things like, obviously a working with children check and a first aid qualification, but perhaps some modules, from the Certificate 3 that an informal carer could complete. So having agreement about some minimum standards, and then some level of monitoring that perhaps is not dissimilar to the family daycare setting might be appropriate. In essence, it's about imposing some level of regulation if we're going to be, putting public funding towards this kind of workforce, but recognising that that ought to be adapted for the particular circumstances of that form of care. And we can't just kind of wholesale try and replicate what we've already got in the formal ECEC sector.
Thank you. You note that an expanded in-home care supported by CCS has to have those strong safeguards. How can government design stronger safety oversight for flexible and in-home care without recreating the rigid institutional framework that already has shown to at times struggle to protect children, even though that is absolutely for, most, childcare educators and, for most people in that sector, that is what they want to do. They want to protect and care for children. Can you give us some insights on what you think or how you think that might work based on the information that you're getting from parents?
Well, I think obviously safety is absolutely critical. It really has to be at the heart of any policy design, and we've seen, that's the reason that we're here today with devastating impacts when safety is not, achieved. So it's absolutely critical. I think what's important is making sure that parents have the ability to choose the safest model for their child, and having this kind of option, this kind of model, really adds a layer of safety in there, because parents can look at the options that they've got before them in their particular circumstances and look at, well, of the 3 centres that are in my area, 2 have long wait lists, 1 is available, but I'm very concerned for various reasons about high turnover of staff, poor corporate culture. I'm handing my child over to a different person every time I drop them off, those kinds of things. And then on the other hand, look at what options they've got outside of that. Is it, a loving grandmother who lives nearby, or a long-term nanny that they've had with their other children and that they'd be keen to keep using? So parents can look at everything that's available, consider their own individual circumstances, and then make the choice that is the safest for their child in their circumstances, because we can't say that one model is best for anyone. It really varies and depends on their life. So I think that's a really fundamental kind of additional layer of safety that would come about because of an expansion of choice in the way that we've proposed.
Yeah, we've heard quite a bit of evidence today around, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and that's throughout the spectrum, from whether when you're caring for babies, and then after-school care, 5 to 8-year-olds are different from 8 to 12-year-olds and all of that. So that sort of makes sense in relation to that. You've also noted that while formal care benefits are clear for children aged 3 to 5, particularly from an educative perspective, the evidence for babies and young toddlers is mixed and sometimes can also be negative. Can you expand on the evidence that you have seen around how institutional childcare environments can affect babies and toddlers differently from individualised care, and what parents that are talking to you, what their experiences are that have helped you glean those insights?
And it's a big question. There's obviously a huge wealth of information and research and studies out there, but I think looking broadly and kind of at the patterns of findings that we see from the research, it doesn't consistently support, as we've said, a finding that childcare for under 3s is beneficial for all children. And it is really difficult because, as we say, and as you said, the findings are mixed. One example of some research that shows, some negative outcomes is the NICHD study, the US longitudinal study that I'm sure the committee members have come across. There was a paper quite recently by Jay Belsky, who's quite a prominent academic and researcher in this space, and he writes about how looking at some of the findings from that study, it can be, the conclusion that he forms is that for children under 1, there really can be some detriment to being part of that group care and not having the individual care, depending on how early you start and how many hours you attend. And I think this is the case across all the research. It is hard to make broad sweeping statements about it because it is so particular. It depends on so many factors, including the dosage, the age at which you start, the child's temperament, the family background, and that kind of thing. But that was a fairly compelling paper that looked at that cohort based on a fairly robust study over many years. So that's one example. There are others, like we look at things like the cortisol studies that show higher levels of stress when you've got little kids in daycare compared to at home. And we've got, for example, there was an Australian study that was done that compared, again, over quite a long period of time, children who did any form of out-of-home care versus children who didn't participate in any form of out-of-home care, and there was no difference in their academic outcomes when they did their grade 3 NAPLAN tests. So there's some of the examples of the research that we're seeing. But again, it's really, it's not about saying that this type of care is detrimental or bad for, this group of children. It's about saying there are different options that could be made available.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just whatever suits a particular family and their children.
Exactly.
And sorry, I did miss one question before I rotate to the Deputy Chair. Your submission noted that freeing up some centre-based places for older children and vulnerable children could actually lift overall quality in the system. Can you talk us through how you see that occurring and sort of what the premise around that is?
So the idea would be that if the smaller children, like, if under 1s are now being cared for predominantly by mums and dads at home, that the under 1s no longer form, take up a big part of the particular centre. And so those spaces can be filled by other children that otherwise don't have access to it because, as we know, there's a real shortage of spaces. And so if we can have the littlest babies in a different form of care, then perhaps that leaves space for kids from disadvantaged backgrounds and the older children to move into those spaces, and the evidence is much better for beneficial outcomes of those children.
Thank you so much. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. There's a few things I want to step through with you in your submission. But just from the outset, I think it is important to say there are many, many families in Australia with children under 3 in long daycare who see the benefits every day that long daycare settings can bring.
For sure.
And also many thousands of educators who are working with the under 3s who are making a huge contribution to the early development of those children. Not to mention the cooks working in those centres providing nutritional experiences which many children would not have otherwise, exposure to different learning methods and socialisation.
Sure.
So I do think it's important to put that on the record as well. I'm interested in your views on kind of how your proposed model might align with some aspects of aged care, as you were talking to the Chair about. And specifically, I mean, in terms of the way aged care is provided under the in-home care model, could you outline for the committee sort of your understanding of how the employment relationships and structures work in that model and the regulatory aspects of it, and which specific parts you think would apply in an early childhood setting? Like, would grandparents be required to be employees of a family and subject to particular employment standards? How would that layer of regulation work?
Thank you. My understanding of the aged care sector is that it is predominantly an employment-based model. So even, for the individual support workers who attend people in the home, they're employed by agencies or employed by bigger providers, and they fall under the auspices of that organisation as an employee and provide their services in that way. And there's a small percentage, I think it might be around 4%, that are independent contractors, and so they are individually contracted by a family to provide in-home care to the particular aged person, the elderly person. That I've seen examples of platforms that people with who have family members who are elderly can directly contract through a platform to find someone that's suitable for their needs and that's in their region and that kind of thing. And so in that way, I think that model of contracting, with an individual person would be analogous to what we're proposing here. It's not necessarily employing someone from a large agency, although it could be, but you could work directly with an individual person that, aligns for your family. And in terms of the employment model, I think it would depend specifically on the kind of model that is designed to achieve this option of, more individual care for smaller children. There could be many ways, as I said, to do it. We know that we've got the carers payment and carers allowance scheme, and something like that as an alternative could be adapted for example, grandparents who might be willing to provide care for grandchildren, in the same way that family members under that scheme get a payment because they're spending a lot of time caring for elderly or disabled people. A grandparent could also receive a payment for caring for a grandchild. But otherwise, looking at the CCS expansion model that we've proposed, I imagine that it would be if an individual family engaged a nanny, that would be the usual kind of employment setup, whether that's through an agency or directly with the nanny themselves. It would have the usual, if the nanny might be an independent contractor and have insurances and an ABN and that sort of thing. It's sort of the usual model that families engage nannies under at present, just without the government funding overlay. If it was...
Sorry, just to be clear, so are you suggesting a grandparent would become an independent contractor registered with an ABN, have an employment relationship with the family, or the grandparent would receive a lower rate of payment to a paid nanny or a different kind of carer? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. So I was just going to say, with grandparents, that might be different because it might not be the family's preference or particularly feasible for the grandparent to be engaged as an employee. But what in that case might happen is perhaps the grandparent in our model would receive the subsidy directly paid to them, and perhaps that's all. That's the support that the grandparent, the financial support that the grandparent needs. There's no need to establish an employment relationship between a parent and their parent to care for the children. It's still largely an informal relationship between them, but the grandparent has the benefit of the subsidy paid directly to them to help them be able to afford to do it.
Okay, and can you talk us through how you would imagine, qualifications, child safe training, supervision practices are implemented, monitored, quality assurance is in place for these kinds of contractors?
Yeah, so we've proposed in our submission a sort of minimum set of standards. So as you say, a working with children check, a first aid qualification. We've proposed completing a couple of modules rather than the entire Cert 3 qualification. I know in the in-home care model at the moment that is a requirement, and I think that has proven to be a bit of a stifler when you've got families in, for example, rural areas, and they might not have someone with that qualification. So the idea would be you'd complete a couple of selected modules in order to upskill in child development, child safety, etc. The usual child safety training that a lot of people are completing now. Perhaps in terms of auditing and monitoring, again, it depends on the particular detail of the design, like however the scheme is designed and the particular model that's chosen. But there are varying options there. One could be a complaints-based option. If you've got a nanny that you've engaged and you're happy with their services, you can complain about them to a CEQA or whoever the regulatory body might be. Another option might be that you do have more regular auditing where the regulatory body perhaps does a site visit, planned or unplanned. There are various ways in which that could be done, and I think it's really important that that is given detailed consideration because, as we've talked about, and the reason we're here today, safety is really so important in this context.
Do you have a sense of the regulatory model or the costs which would be involved in auditing in-home care in individual homes across the country to a level where that audit was satisfactory to ensure safety outcomes for kids?
Well, again, I think it depends on the particular model that's adopted and the detail of that and the exact way in which the auditing and monitoring should be carried out. Like the family daycare setting, you know, they are individual homes that have small numbers of children. So I imagine it would be a similar mechanism as is already in place in that setting. And I think the other thing to remember as well is that, you know, this is a different characterisation. It's not kind of replacing the regulatory framework that's in the formal ECE sector into the informal workforce. We already have these arrangements in place. You know, families have these arrangements in place with nannies and with grandparents. It's not a new model, and it's very much a form of care that's used really regularly. You know, I've used a nanny with my little kids, and I regularly rely on grandparent help. It's not a new form of care, and so I think we've got to make sure that however the policy is designed, whatever the safety mechanisms are that are built in, they're adapted to that kind of workforce and they're suitable, you know, to not overly regulate what is not a formal workforce.
I guess the difference though in what exists now is this would be a massive investment of Commonwealth and taxpayer funds, which would create an expansion of an industry, and the Commonwealth Government would have responsibilities not just to the taxpayer but to the families it was effectively, through funding, encouraging to participate in these models of care, oversights over quality, safety, just as that's expected from parents in a long day care setting, very rightly so, that there's constant quality improvement, auditing assurance, and that's a lot of what we're looking at the moment. So, I mean, short of an audit happening in every home with a degree of regularity which could ensure quality, safety standards, the appropriate use and application of Commonwealth funds, and also, you know, it's been a long fight over many decades around educator qualification requirements, ratios of care and that sort of thing, because we know that there's clear correlation between those educator requirements and the quality of care. We'd be looking at undermining that level of care by doing a reduced number of modules. So I'm really just interested to get into the nitty-gritty of it. If the Commonwealth was to invest in this sort of thing, what actually does a form of regulation, oversight, monitoring, quality of care look like to ensure that you weren't creating a system supported and funded by the Commonwealth which is of lower quality and lesser safety than the system that we have?
And there's a lot, I think, to unpack in that, but I think at the moment, what we've got and the reason we're here is because there have been really significant failings in the very highly regulated model that we've got. I think, you know, we can't deny that there have been massive safety breaches and there have been really big quality concerns about our current system. We know that. We know that we need a lot of reform in order to improve safety and quality in that system. And of course that's happening. We've got numerous reforms that government has introduced which will go, hopefully, towards improving safety in that sector, and that is absolutely critical. But at the moment, there is no real guarantee of safety. I think a lot of parents very much feel that way, and there's certainly very well recognised questions about quality. And so when we look at this alternative proposal, it's for under threes, and I think that's important to remember. And what we do know about under threes is that what's super important is not structured learning, it's not socialising with big groups of children of the same age, it's not a certificate 3 in ECEC, it's the relationship, and it is the interplay and the warm, you know, rich, engaging back and forth with a trusted caregiver. And for our littlest kids, for our babies and our pre-verbal toddlers, having that kind of one-on-one care is inherently, I would say, of a higher quality than having a a single caregiver to a larger group of kids, you've got more opportunity to have that back and forth, that, as they say, the serve and return style interactions that are absolutely critical for our babies and our small toddlers. And when it comes to safety, these are kids who are pre-verbal. They can't even tell mum and dad what's going on in their daycare centre. So if a parent has a choice that is safer, that is higher quality, then they should be able to make that choice. And that, again, is looking at all of their circumstances. Parents don't have to make this decision. There could be a beautiful, very high quality daycare centre near them that they are really happy with for their 2-year-old, for their 1-year-old. That's a great choice for them. But parents who don't have access to that kind of centre, who do have genuine concerns about the safety and quality of care that their children are getting in their centre that's near them, and that have other options that might, in their mind, be of far greater quality and offer a far better, standard of safety, they should be able to choose that.
Yeah, I guess it relies on a premise, though, that an in-home care model is definitionally safer than a model where you have multiple layers of oversight with different educators. We've heard evidence about having 2 educators in the room, but in a system and a structure with mandatory child safe training, with qualification requirements for educators, with audit assurance, quality control, and absolutely there is plenty of work, a lot of work and really important work to do around safety and quality in early childhood settings. But I'm just not sure how you can be sure that in every home, individual homes across the country, where, as you say, these children cannot talk, there are no reporting frameworks. If an adult is not reporting for them, there is no reporting when there's just one adult in the home. I'm just not sure on what basis we can say that that is definitionally a safer model of care. But I'm noting that I need to rotate. So,
could I just make one comment? We're not saying that it's definitionally safer. We're not saying that one model is safer than another model. What we're saying is that parents need to be able to assess what is the safer model in their circumstances.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for joining us today. And just, I know we have talked about the existing, just touched on it very briefly, the existing in-home care model, but just to reiterate for the transcript that this does exist as a choice for shift workers, for parents in rural and remote locations and children with additional needs who can't attend centre-based care. And I suppose what we're identifying based on what we're hearing is the problem is funding them through the wage re-evaluation, and something that we're hoping is a priority of the government. But just to put on the record that does exist. But my question to begin with is, if CCS is extended to informal carers, as per your submission, how do you preserve the education component of early childhood education and care rather than shifting public money towards what I suppose is, in some cases, private babysitting?
Well, our submission puts forward the proposal that this would be for our under 3 cohorts, so for our 0, 1 and 2-year-olds. And the literature and the body of information out there, I think, is fairly consistent about what those children really need in order to thrive. And as I said, those children don't need a structured program. The way that they learn, because of course they're learning every day, every minute of the day, is through back and forth interactions with trusted caregivers. They learn through play and through going to things like playgroups with a trusted caregiver alongside them to support them through that. It's really all about, as I said, that kind of serve and return style of interaction where, the 9-month-old baby cries and is picked up. The 2-year-old falls over, hurts the knee, and they're picked up and said, "Oh, you hurt your knee, how can I help? Do you need a Band-Aid?" And having that sort of the one-on-one individual care for those of our littlest, our babies and our 1-year-olds and our 2-year-olds, that is the kind of, if we want to call it education, the education that they need, because it's about learning about the world, learning how to move through the world, starting to learn to socialise with other people in the world in a way that's really supported. And so it's, it might be going to the shops and talking to the person at the cash register and saying hello and goodbye and good morning. It's that kind of interaction in the more informal setting that we think is really valuable and ought not be discounted in place of a more structured group care environment.
Thank you. And I suppose maybe you touched on it at the end of your last response, but how do you suggest that we guarantee that sort of back and forth engagement and play if it is an informal carer rather than a qualified educator?
Well, I think there is no guarantee, and that's why this would be about expanding the options available to parents, because if you have a grandparent who you know does arts and crafts and takes the kids to the pool and you know, loves playing the piano and singing, which is what my mum did with my kids yesterday, then you know, that could be a really great option for you. If you don't have that kind of person in your life that you think, you know, can offer that kind of rich, engaging care, then you might choose a different model. But it's all about offering different choices, because at the moment I think, you know, with a ratio of 1 to 4, it's pretty well acknowledged, I think, that that is not necessarily ideal. I think a lot of people would want that to be a better ratio, have fewer kids to that one caregiver in order to provide more of that interactive sort of care that I think many educators, all educators, love engaging in. So I think to assume that, you know, we get better quality care in a formal setting where we have a ratio of 1 to 4 for our littlest kids and where we have, you know, certain qualifications, it's not necessarily the case that that is a superior environment, and particularly for, as I say, the under 3s.
Yeah, thank you. And I suppose, do you think that there's not a risk that expanding this CCS to informal carers will potentially risk transforming our education subsidy into an income support payment? Do you think that there might be alternatives in exploring actual income supports and cost of living relief that properly allow for choice rather than repurposing an educational subsidy beyond its intended purpose? And I think we've got agreement on expanding, for example, paid parental leave to 12 months, but any other comments on that?
Absolutely. I think different models should absolutely be considered. This, as I said, is one model that we've proposed, and this has some real advantages, but also disadvantages. And there are other models, as you say, that could be repurposed to kind of achieve the same goals, but from a different lens. As I mentioned, it might be something like, well, paid parental leave could be expanded beyond 12 months. Perhaps that could be, you know, a staggered amount beyond that first year. We could look at expanding the carers payment scheme so that that includes parents or grandparents caring for their kids. We could make payments directly to parents to do with what they will, whether to stay at home and look after their own kids, to give to a grandparent, to give to a nanny, to give to a childcare centre. I think there are lots of different models, and they will all have their pros and cons, and they should be considered.
Yeah, thank you. Just looking. Yeah, look, I had probably a question that was similar to my colleague's question, just around that safety component. And the reason we established this inquiry is to examine how we can lift quality, so we don't actually have to wait till the time that a complaint is made that actually someone's been harmed or injured or, you know, experienced something traumatic in that setting. And so it's lifting the quality. And I suppose I'm just struggling to grapple with how we do that with this particular model. I think you mentioned complaints-based, but that then, by virtue of being complaint, means that something's potentially happened already. So I suppose I'm just, there's been some talk of a couple of online modules, but we have heard from multiple witnesses today that unregulated care is risky care, and I'm just trying to sit with that and what you're presenting with us today, and wondering if you had any further comments on that.
Yeah, I've got a few comments. I don't agree with the proposition, as you might imagine, that unregulated care is risky care. I think that's a really broad statement that really lacks a lot of nuance. We have this form of care already. Parents look after their kids, grandparents look after kids, nannies look after kids. It already exists. Many people use it, but equally many people are locked out from using it because of economic necessity. The form of care that is needed for small kids is different to the care that's needed for older kids, and you know, the evidence and the literature supports that. And the other thing is that this is not unregulated in the model that we've proposed for the non-parental caregivers that might be engaged. As we've said, there would be a number of safeguards put in place. And again, at risk of repeating myself, this really is about giving the parents the choice to make the safest choice. So it's adding a layer of safety, and it's, you know, making sure that it's trusting parents to make the right, safest choice for their child. And I know, here in Victoria with the 1,200 or 2,000 parents who had to go and get STI checks after devastating incidents across a number of childcare services, they probably would have preferred to have some choice to assess the risks and make, a choice that suited their families. Safety is critical. Our current system is not delivering on that safety particularly well, and certainly not on quality in a lot of instances. And that is through no concern with the educators themselves. We know that there are structural issues in the sector. There are workforce shortages, we have staff shortages, and those are things that are not going to be able to be remedied in the short term. That's a really long-term fix. I remember reading a UWU survey in the middle of last year that said, I think it was 77% of educators, it was 2,500 educators surveyed, and 77% said that their centres were understaffed regularly, and over 50% said they were understaffed daily. And so that is putting immense pressure on those educators, and it is certainly not an individual failing, it is a system-wide failing. And I think we need to be a little bit, we need to be open-minded in looking at how we can ensure safety and quality, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, look, and I think we would all agree that we need to improve the safety and quality of the system as it exists. And just note that I don't have the statistic in front of me, but that child sex abuse occurs at home, and often by family members and friends of family members. So that's just in the back of my mind as I'm asking you questions. But look, just finally, just curious about where your proposal sort of starts and stops. Is it parents, grandparents, nannies, au pairs, family, friends? I don't have grandparents, I don't have parents. What would stop a parent caring for potentially multiple children at one time and collecting CCS and basically becoming like a quasi long day care centre? Do you have any more information around the kind of limitations of this?
It really is a model that is focused on care in the home. So, a grandparent coming over to the child's home or a nanny coming over to the child's home. It's different from family daycares. They already exist. And yes, there would be mechanisms in place. One of the key ones being that the subsidy would be paid directly to the provider. So, if it's a nanny, the subsidy goes directly to that person rather than to the parent to then, do other things with. So that's a key one. And in terms of a parent caring for multiple kids in their home, the system, the policy, I think, ought to be designed to make sure that, that's not the intent of the policy, to run a quasi long daycare centre in your home. And the government administers, really large and complex payment systems already, things like carers payment and the CCS itself and paid parental leave. And there are mechanisms built into schemes in which significant public money is spent to make sure that the scheme is, as much as possible, working in the way that it's intended to work. So there would need to be absolutely safeguards built in to avoid any misuse of the funds there.
Thank you, Ms. Batha. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time. And thank you for your evidence today as well. If you have taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the Tuesday the 3rd of March? Thank you. Thank you. I now welcome... I know, sorry. We can have a 15 minutes. I now welcome representatives from SNAIC, the National Voice for Our Children. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Absolutely. My name is Catherine Little and I am the CEO of SNAIC, National Voice for Our Children.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick Davis. I'm the Early Education Policy Manager at SNAIC.
Thank you. I now invite you to each make a short opening statement, if you wish, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be presenting here to you today. Of course, I will start by acknowledging the traditional owners of this particular land that we sit on, the Wurundjeri mob and the Kulin Nation, their elders past and present. It's no surprise to you, you know the story of Australia. What many people don't know is that Aboriginal people are very deeply connected to our law systems, and for people like myself and the services that we represent in the communities that they were built on, grandmother's law is critical to understanding how that works, and that effectively says that if all children are loved, if all children are fed, if all children know where to go to, all communities are strong. And our services were built on an understanding that the safety of children was paramount and embedded into the concepts of grandmother's law. We know we have been doing this for a very long time. You know, it's easy to say tens of thousands of years, but when you sit back and think about what we have learnt over those thousands and thousands of years, there is a lot to share, and maybe a lot of that will be a gift in the current environment, which feels like this perfect storm. It really does. As you would all know, the National Agreement on Closing the Gap was talked about last week, and the commitments that we're starting to see in the early childhood space are actually genuinely starting to get traction, and it was at the heart of some of the best case studies now available to governments about what it takes to create strong environments for children and what it takes to truly budge the dial on children reaching their developmental domains, but more importantly doing it in an environment that is safe for them. It was quite incredible, and the juxtaposition of that, of course, is that announcement is always made the day before the national apology to the stolen generation, that great reminder of what goes wrong when we have a perfect storm or an incredible environment and strong policies that don't quite land the way they were supposed to, even though at the heart of them were the words safety and protection and development. It was a huge moment to reflect on where we sit right now and what the difference in this time is. We know that Aboriginal people in that room talked about children and talked about what it took to keep them strong. At the heart of it was a promise that we'd never do this again, and again that is why organisations like ours exist and the Aboriginal Early Years Services exist. They were stood up to provide a different framework for safety and a different framework for reinforcement of what it takes to make sure children are able to enter big school. We know that this is incredibly critical to what high quality early childhood care looks like for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in Australia, but it is a gift to all families, and it is the reason that in the early childhood sector you will hear the Aboriginal services referred to as the gold standard, the services that they look to for innovative systems and programs. By their nature, ACOs are not-for-profit. It just is. It is care of children first. That means that we're investing more in what it takes to make children feel proud of who they are, as opposed to maybe what the toys are that you play with. And I know that's a really simple way of framing it, but those services are often running on the smell of an oily rag. But if you walk into an ACO, the first thing children do is run up and look for a cuddle. They feel safe and they feel secure. We know that rules and regulations absolutely have a place, and they are critical to a highly functioning system. We also know that really good ones are designed in consultation, in conjunction with the sector that they are supposed to regulate. We know that in order for them to be effectively embedded, they have to be effectively appropriate. We know that starts with ensuring that the whole of child in areas that are experiencing vulnerability is responded to. As stated, we know that the ACO leads the way in delivering this type of model. Often in rooms these days you hear it referred to as hub, but the early years services and pretty much every ACO service is going to tell you that at its heart it's a hub. We know that those positive early educational and development outcomes are seen daily in those regions. And again, if you're familiar with the Closing the Gap report, you would have seen that in places like Lutruwita, Tasmania, we've seen increases of more than 25% in early educational domains in a period of about 3 years by working differently with the community. These are massive wins. It also means that there have been system changes that are being witnessed in the community around them. So not only is the service really the pinnacle of what safety looks like, but it is investing in what safety looks like in the environment around those children. We know that most of those services that we talk about, children will greet you in the language of their grandfathers. We know that that makes them feel proud. We know that our services are also governed by unique priorities, and each of those environments that those services sit in have unique challenges in today's environment, particularly while we deal with challenges relating to the cost of living, but also some of the challenges that we hear in how Aboriginal people are framed in everyday discourse. It is no surprise that our sense of belonging grows when our families are in those services and helped our services grow. Quality is safety, and we know that intuitively. Quality is safety, not marginal gains. We know that the early years set the trajectory for life, and that when our services are able to bring that into play, our children will not start early learning years with a gap. The evidence shows if they start with a gap, that gap gets bigger and bigger across their life journey. We also know that a universal system worthy of that name must not be uniform. If to truly be accessible and equitable, it must not be uniform. For years, of course, we've said that marketplace policies don't deliver equity, and I think all the evidence to date is showing that that is true. While we understand where it came from, we also know that if we're really investing in children, then profit should never be a conversation. It should be safety and quality. We know that those types of investments have meant the reinforcement of early childhood deserts. We know where those early childhood deserts exist. Those children are starting with a gap, but we also know that the environment and services around them are also suffering and have an inability to ensure that children have the safest start in life. Again, it's not a glitch, it's not an accusation, it's just basic market functioning. We know that for our ACCOs, it has reinforced some of the challenges that they have. Integrated, culturally strong services are known to cost less to deliver. We know that they represent incredible value for money and incredible value for the children and families who access them. Again, it's because the return on investment, and you'd all know this, is seen downstream. Having said that, they do have to deliver a lot of the services that wrap around our children in a way that has a cost impact. And for example, a lot of our services, in particular the multifunctional Aboriginal services, will talk about how they introduced 2 people on the floor more than 10 years ago, and it's pretty uniform across the sector. And it was a response to concerns about child safety, and again that had a massive impact on their bottom line, and it was introduced long before we started talking about what safety and regulation looked like today. But we know everything again is short term. Our ability to fund those services, invest in those services, comes and goes and ebbs and flows. We have never had a perfect storm like this one. Without reliable supply-side funding, we know that we're never going to be able to match the real costs of early childhood service delivery in Australia, the cost that it takes to build on a quality workforce, a quality environment, to invest in the families and bring them up strong. We know that this is our opportunity. Again, it is why for decades, and you would all know this, Snake has been calling for a dedicated funding model for ACCO early childhood services that wrap around our services. So that's not saying fund us differently, it's saying fund us for the way we deliver services and recognise the incredible benefit those services have. Again, regulation, as we've said, incredibly important. We can't have high quality early learning systems if we don't invest in regulation, but we also know that it's not the end game. We know that piling more and more compliance up will not work on its own. While it is absolutely important, it's like building a bridge without putting the scaffolding in. We know that the systems that support those services also need to be reinforced so that that bridge and that investment of government funding doesn't collapse and we harm the people that are trying to hold it up. We know that the National Quality Framework, of course, has lifted standards overall, but it still does not grasp concepts like cultural safety in the way that we understand it, or invest in what it might mean for all children, because we know if it's good for our children, it is good for all children. Again, as I said, we must reinforce the guardrails. They are so fundamentally important, but developing them in conjunction with the sector that they are supposed to help will be critical to getting this right. We also know that we need an incredible workforce. Our early years workers are a gift to our children, but they are a gift to their communities, and safety starts with our ability to support them and value them and make it a place that the very best people want to be in. When we talk about our commitments to delivery, we know that the Australian Government and anyone sitting in this room is really committed to a better system, and that is a really good place to be in. We know that everybody understands that ECEC has not been affordable. We know that's for vulnerable families, but even families who aren't doing it so tough have had challenges in accessing the ECEC system. Those commitments, of course, need to have resources that sit around them. They need to reach the places and the people who turn policies into practice, and they need to be felt and understood for the people that they are meant to serve. We heard the Prime Minister at Gama last year talk about reports and reviews having their place, and we all know that, but I think he was very clear when he talked about them not being a substitute for actual substantive results. We've all heard about policy and we've talked about it today, but we also know it's the practice and the ability to implement that makes the difference. So we're very keen for anything that moves in this current perfect storm to move fast and to move with the efficiency of a storm and the refreshing and cleansing the landscape that a storm might bring. Again,
I'm happy for you to keep going. I'm just mindful that senators might have questions. I'm happy for you to keep going, but just
absolutely.
Yeah,
if anyone
I'm happy
wants
for you
to
to table it if you would like. It's
absolutely
entirely up to you. But I didn't want to interrupt you. But I just
it's all good. It's all good.
Given the time.
Yes, absolutely. I could talk forever, so I could finish it, but I'm more than happy to pause.
There's only a little bit left. I just wanted to it's up to you.
I'll give you a couple of those key recommendations. As you know, we've given you 11, but these are just a couple that we'd like to reinforce. The growth of the ACCO-led integrated service model, otherwise known as HUB. We'd really love to see investment in that. We'd really love to see a sustainable sector that has not only the dollars it needs to function, but the scaffolding underneath it, and that means the investment in the appropriate underlying resources and intermediaries that do it. And of course, we'd also love to see that the workforce is better invested in. They are the three primary recommendations of the 11 that we have put towards you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you may have just answered my first question with the tail end of your comments. And that goes to, what do you think are the biggest barriers to scaling ACCO-delivered services? Workforce capital, operating costs, approvals, and what policy changes would you like to see that would address those specifically for you?
Look, the easy one is the ACCO funding model, and again there is a framework in place that is under consideration by all governments, and that effectively was developed in consultation with not only the early childhood services but a broad scope of Aboriginal services that also come into contact with the early childhood system. And it essentially says in every environment we're going to have a different set of requirements, but for lack of a better term, a more block funding that enables those services to bring in supports as required and fit what families might need. So, as you said, in regional and remote areas, the investment in capital is a lot more expensive, but some of their costs are going to be lower in that they can bring in a different type of workforce that complements those workers that might have their tertiary qualifications. But it also means that a lot of them are going to be able to tap into new emerging opportunities in the ability to access training, not only TAFE certificates, but also potentially their own tertiary qualifications. But that requires building a different model of service delivery that is able to bring people in. We also know that will be critical to really getting the best out of those massive investments that we're seeing into remote communities for housing and workforce. No point in investing in that if families can't work, and the only way to work to do that. So absolutely the ACCO funding model is up there. Absolutely the ability to be able to pay those workers appropriately and work out how we recognise the skills that really truly create a safe environment. So what are those jobs? Again, in regional and remote areas where those jobs might be looking different, how do we value the incredible skills that are there? And as we've said, those structural supports that keep the bridge strong, and that would be intermediaries like the early years service that and system supports that organisations like SNAKE commit to.
Thank you. And how, in your view, how do you think government should ensure reforms don't unintentionally disadvantage ACCOs? You know, whether it's a compliance burden or funding design, what do you see as sort of one of the risks there?
Yeah. The easy one is to work in consultation with peaks like SNAKE that are in contact with the sector. And again, when you're working with those communities, what they see is incredible. And sometimes it's as simple as the bandwidth in order to be able to get on and apply for something in that community isn't strong enough and they can't do it, or there might not be enough people on the floor to be able to respond to something in time. So having enough time for services to be able to respond to changes in the policy environment, also very critical, and also having it, I guess, articulated in a way that is understandable to regional and remote areas and fit their context so they understand it. So there is no point in bringing in regulations that are fit for purpose in Sydney and putting them into Pupanya, for example, where the systems around it are significantly different and the technologies that people might be using and the communication skills people might be using are different. So it really is at the heart of it, working alongside the sector and giving enough time for those comments to be genuinely understood.
Thank you. And before I rotate the call, in terms of safety and the recent abuse allegations that we have seen, what does SNAKE see as the most urgent safety system changes that are required to protect First Nations children and families, and you know, what do you need to do that? Is it, you know, to track safety outcomes? Is it, you know, doing all of that while you're respecting community control and privacy? What other mechanisms and what should we be doing there?
Look, it starts with a quality workforce. A lot of what we're seeing in those horrific stories that have been in media, and my heart goes out to anyone affected and impacted on by what has transpired. At the heart of that is a quality workforce and quality systems that support that workforce. If we know that there are enough people on the floor and eyes on children, and those people have the skills and are valued so that we're bringing in the best of the best, you totally change the landscape. It is the easiest and fastest thing you can do to protect children is invest in the workforce. The second would be, of course, to look at those funding models to make sure that those protective factors that are associated with being able to bring in different skill sets are also in there. And then the other one, of course, is parents need to be able to talk to the services, and in order to be able to do that, they need to be culturally safe. And again, while it's very acute in Aboriginal communities, I suspect it is something that would be of benefit to all communities in understanding that people understood their children and they could speak about their children in a way that picked up that maybe something is wrong. But workforce is the biggest thing you could invest in right now.
Thank you so much. And Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your opening statement, and I hope you table any supplementary part of that as well so we can have a good read, but also thank you for your evidence today. In your opening statement, you spoke about the importance of a child entering a care setting and feeling proud of who they were rather than what they have, and I just thought that was a really beautiful way to explain some of the incredible work we have in some of our Aboriginal community-controlled early childhood settings, as well as others around the country. It was a nice way to draw us back. So thank you. And I was hoping you might be able to expand, Ms. Little, on why it is important to have cultural safety and inclusion in ARCHO services and also mainstream ECEC services, and what practical measures can be taken within services so that children feel this way, especially in those settings where we do have a large number of First Nations children attending each day?
Absolutely. So I think the easiest way to frame that, actually I have to attribute to one of our services in WA, and the lead there is Mystique, and it was a conversation she was having on a parliamentary visit, and she described it really simply when she said, in Aboriginal community controlled services, the job of our workers is to love and hold those babies as though they were their own. The job of our service is to love and cradle our community as though they were their own. And the third layer of it, of course, is to have bodies like Snake that love and cradle the services so that they are strong enough and have the freedom to be able to do the work that they need to be doing, so that you genuinely have that system wraparound support. I think it's one of the most beautiful ways I've ever heard that articulated. That visit also, again, was really eye-opening for me, because we talk about it all the time, and it really is a hard one sometimes to grasp. And one of our services was asked, well, how does community know about you? And they were really perplexed, because they said, well, we are community. So in those in all of those areas where you see an ACO, they were built by the families that use them, and their history is embedded into it. You walk in there and they are your aunties and your uncles, and your families have been part of those services for generations, and some of the people that now run those services were the first children in those services. They are something that is just intuitively who we are. We know that we feel safe in them. We know that we're able to access other supports in a way that is non-judgmental, but in line with what Mystique described it as, cradles them and offers them the support. Again, as you've said, a lot of those children, we're seeing the restoration and the waking up of a lot of our languages. When you're in those services, they're largely staffed by Aboriginal people, and there are nuances in the way we behave and the way we interact with each other, but also in our language. So there is some evidence coming through that those services that are investing in language are actually giving children what is referred to as ancestral tongue, and that ability to form our words that make you feel awesome when you can say hello to someone in your own language. So someone like me would say Nandupalya or Warda, how you mob going. There is something very distinctive in that, and it is something that we feel very, very proud of as we grow and age through our learning journey. I hope that helps a little bit.
It really does, thank you. Look, your submission to inquiry has 12, I believe, recommendations. All, I think, are really constructive and well articulated. I know sort of your reference to the importance of investing in workforce, but I guess within those 12, where do you think the priorities are to achieving better quality and safety in these settings?
Look, we absolutely support the broader calls for a commission, and again, that commission not necessarily being another regulatory environment. We already have a CEQA. But that commission being able to be the system steward that is looking at the system as a whole and saying, well, where are the current gaps and how do we close them, and how do we close them quickly, and how do we do that in conjunction with you as a sector? Fundamentally, what will be important in the standing up of a system steward like that, again, will be that it doesn't accidentally knock over incredible peak bodies like ourselves. I'll just put that one out there, because that's always a potential risk as well. But also that it's not interrupting some of the incredible work that's already been done in the inquiries that we've seen to date. And all of those inquiries, as you'd know, all say the same thing, and they were all pointing to the point that we are in time right now, and that was something was fundamentally wrong in how the early years services was funded and managed, in that it was not investing in the quality supports for children, but rather in a market which we understand that was not fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to kind of navigate through my questions and prioritise myself, because I've got a bit I'd like to ask you. I did read your recent opinion piece in the sector.
Oh, yes.
Yes, which talked about the 3-day guarantee. Yeah. I'm just hoping for our community's benefit, if you can share with us how you believe that 3 guarantee will make a difference to outcomes for First Nations children.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the 3-day guarantee is absolutely for everyone. Some of the things we've moved ahead of that obviously related to the activity test. In particular, during COVID, it was the first time we had data sets that we were able to access differently. And those data sets very, very quickly showed that when the barriers were taken away from families to accessing early education and care, and those families being the ones who fundamentally needed it the most, when those disappeared because the activity test was lifted, we saw a change in the supports available for families, but also in the engagement of children in their early years and the outcomes of children in their early years. Now, again, these were small. We know from our services that once had waiting lists of 3 years, were operating sometimes at a capacity of about 60% of paid children, because families could no longer afford to access the service. And again, those were the families that were missing out, were the ones who needed early education and care the best, because effectively what the activity test said was, unless you were in paid employment, unless you were in studying and knew how to access these things, you weren't able to afford to go to early education and care services. So the benefit that this will have is immeasurable, actually. It is not only good for children and their developmental outcomes, it is good for families, because we know families who access early education and care are far less likely to come into contact with tertiary systems like jails, prisons, child protection. We know that if we can stop that, we have a much more productive society, and all the other investments that governments are making pay off a lot better. You're effectively investing in people, which is productivity.
I think that's a nice point for us to finish on, and I think it goes to, this question around how you frame investment in early childhood. There's a question around equity for parents and participation, but a really important one in equity for children and access to care and those development opportunities that you have. But thank you very much, Ms. Little.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins.
Thank you. Perhaps my first question does flow into that, but thank you for joining us today. You've said that a market-based approach doesn't necessarily promote equity, but how do you think the current for-profit and market-based system specifically undermines cultural safety, especially for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children who might have no choice but to attend a mainstream service?
Oh, look, it's really simple. Where you have a market-based approach, you are making money off children. So the bottom line is making money, and we just have to be honest about that. And now that's not saying that there aren't some incredible workers out there and incredible investments, but at the end of the day, making money off children does not a safe environment make. When we're talking about that market-based model, again, some of the challenges that have emerged, particularly in things like workplace environments and the ability to access workforce, have been really, really limited. When we're talking about investing in ACO-led services, it's just inherently built in. So if you're not in an environment where you're feeling comfortable, where families are unable to talk to their workers because they're not comfortable, or they might feel judged because those things do happen, or they're unable to navigate the systems because a lot of those systems are very hard to navigate for families experiencing vulnerability. Those things can create an environment where you wouldn't want to take your child into anyway. So a market system will work for some families, but at the heart of it is a system that was built to make money off children is not prioritising the safety of children first.
Thank you. And would you say then that this would have an impact on the closing the gap outcomes?
Oh, absolutely. The ability to transform that system, the removal of the activity test and the 3-day guarantee, absolutely. So a lot of that 3-day guarantee is based on the dosage that is believed to get the best outcomes for children. So we know if you can get into early education and care settings for that period of time, that many hours, so how that dosage is delivered may be unique and probably varies from setting to setting. But we know if children and families are able to access that level of care and support, the families are reinforced and strong, but more importantly, children are meeting their developmental domains at the rate that they need to. And again, when we're thinking about what might be coming into play with Thriving Kids, all of those services are really well set and placed to be able to tap into those incredible reforms in a way that shows families safety, that showcases children in their own environments where you can see their strengths and their personalities, but also respond to where they might be having challenges. So again, the removal of the activity test and that incredible investment into the 3-day guarantee will be a massive game changer for children and families in Australia, and certainly will go a long way to helping with that incredible ambition to close the gap in early education and care. But also, again, when we tie it to the productivity story, it'll be good for the nation.
Yeah, terrific. And presuming that the universal will be the next positive step beyond that 3 days to universal.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. You provide evidence and a case study in your submission about the success of the early years support programs. Can you please outline what would be put at risk for ACCO services if this funding isn't secured?
Yep, absolutely. So I think a little bit earlier I used the analogy of the bridge. It's essentially that. Pretty much every government, major government program in the country has a tiny bit allocated to ensuring that that program works, and that's just common sense. But if you've got the bridge analogy is the best one I can think of. You can put all that investment into that shiny infrastructure without the scaffolding that reinforces that bridge will collapse. For early education and care services, particularly the ACCO services, they are alone. So they might be awesome and they might have the whole support of their community, but they're not like a giant, for example, Good Start Awesome. But they have this incredible backbone behind them and incredible efficiencies in their back end that say, let's interpret this particular policy setting, let's respond to the new regulations in child safety. Oh, hang on, we've got a problem here, we need to raise a policy concern at the highest level. So, or there's an opportunity now coming that would mean we can redevelop your service using this new capital grant, but how do I access it? So those things are inherent in giant service providers. ACCOs are alone. So without that incredible investment in the services themselves, then you can expect the investment into beef and all the other things that we're seeing, like the removal of the activity test, to not hit the gains that they should. It's almost like a car. There's no point in getting a new engine in your car and thinking it'll function if you didn't pay attention to the fact that the fan belt might not be working. It's not a huge investment, but it's critical to the functioning of that car.
Yeah, thank you for articulating that. On workforce, from SNAIC's perspective, what are the biggest structural barriers preventing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander educators from progressing to diploma, advanced diploma and bachelor level qualifications?
So one of the most horrific examples I have heard of actually comes out of WA, and there were three WA members in this particular call, and every single one of them mentioned that they had people in their service, Aboriginal people in their service, that had been working for more than 10 years and had been studying for more than 10 years, never not studying, and didn't have a single qualification. And that was because the service providers would come up and go down and go up and go down, and the service and the qualifications would adjust. So a lot of the incoming opportunities under the national agreement talk about those communities being able to design a different service delivery model, one that adapts to what is actually there, one that recognises the strengths in local educators that might already be there, but also looks at the wraparound supports that our families might need. So that was an example of a service provider and the issues in being able to access a service provider. We also know that the ability to study is very, very challenging, and now that might be because there isn't enough people on the floor, so there's no backfill. So for example, if you're an early years service out in the VIC community, they have to close their doors in order for people to go into town and study. If they close their doors, no one has access to the early years centre, and that actually interrupts the flow of care and service delivery in that region, and they have to rebuild it. It also means that those people are going to town for a significant amount of time. They might have to leave their children at home. There are no resources to support the family coming in with them, and often when our families come into town, they come into contact with systems that have adverse effects. So we know that a lot of those remote areas in particular, say come to us, train us here. But don't only do that, acknowledge that we might not have a desk, that we might not have a light, that we might not have appropriate access to internet facilities. So it is a big story and a complicated story, but it is not unsolvable. It requires listening to what each of those areas is identifying and thinking differently about how we not only develop our qualifications and invest in those qualifications, but how we support people to be able to access them.
Thank you. It sounds very straightforward, doesn't it? Now, just finally, regarding safety and quality, referring to recommendation 8 in your submission and acknowledging your earlier point that regulatory response alone doesn't improve quality and safety, what would you hope that an independent review of the National Quality Framework in partnership with ACOS would examine and achieve? And are there specific limitations or problems with the National Quality Framework that you think aren't working?
Look, all of our services would say that there is a space for the NQF, but they would all say, and to be fair, we have done a lot of work with ASEQA, but they would still all say these are a set of standards that were developed not by us and not for us and are not quite fit for purpose. So what does national quality look like for an ACO? It might be very, very different to what you might expect in a mainstream service. And what does quality look like for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? Now, that is not saying that we need a distinct difference in what we think makes high quality education and care. It's saying that there are going to be nuances on what quality looks like for Aboriginal children and how you strengthen the service sector around them and how you regulate the service sector around them based on those differences.
Thank you both very much for joining us today. That concludes my questioning.
Thank you so much, Senator, and thank you also for being available to come on a little early for us. We do greatly appreciate it. Thank you for evidence. I know you were going to provide that statement, so that's great if you could do so. But that does conclude today's hearing. So I'd like to... Oh, apologies.
No, I was saying awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. No, I'm happy.
It's my favourite word.
Happy for an interjection of awesome at a Senate hearing. That is absolutely fine. But that does conclude today's hearing. So thank you to all witnesses who appeared before us today, to Hansard and Broadcasting for your assistance, especially as we've taken the committee on the road. And I'd also like to thank our Secretariat for their wonderful support as always. A reminder that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Tuesday the 3rd of March, but for now the committee stands adjourned.